shout out to Billz. Yeah, I'm gonna give him a down the market. Because he, and I'm turning my mic up because I know a lot of you guys been complaining about that shit. Turning my mic up right now. But yeah, so he was instrumental in getting the stream back on point. As you guys know, we had some issues. I use a service, like, I use Rumble Studio to stream. So for some odd reason, it wasn't working. So I had to like redo everything and do some shit on OBS, some complicated shit that really only Billz knows how to do. I kind of know how to do it, but I'm not as good as him. So he went in there, fixed it in like 20, 30 minutes, and we're here now, guys. Literally while he was down there, while he was working on it, it gave me a short window of time. I ran downstairs, got to work at it. Because we're not fat asses over here, okay? We walking like we fucking talking amigos, right? And now we're here, okay? Now we're here. No excuses, guys. Did a 12-hour long stream yesterday. Probably going to do a good-sized one today. We got a Twitter space coming up later on at 8 p.m. I'm going to be bringing some people in that you may or may not know. We're going to talk about censorship on X. And yeah, man, it's gonna be a good time. It's gonna be a good time. That's gonna come up at 8 p.m. I'll probably stream it on here for you guys as well. So we got a good show today, guys. We're gonna be talking about the Trump executive orders, what they mean, the January 6 pardons, and the Israel-Hamas ceasefire. We'll also be talking about the TikTok ban. These are all things that I didn't get a chance to go into yesterday because you know, we were basically focusing on the inauguration. So. So with that said, we'll be able to focus on these more auxiliary pieces of news here. So yeah, yesterday we were frying Hassan. I responded to Mike Rashid's lies. We reacted to some videos and shit. So no, it was a good time, man. It went 12 hours long. It was a good time. You guys are gonna see those clips. I'm releasing clips every day now on Myron Gaines X. Myron Gaines X. And what I'm going to do is I think we're going to be dropping them at like 1 p.m. every day. You guys like that, 1 p.m.? So that way you guys will be able to get the clips a few hours before I go live. I literally was so pissed off because I was like, I'm committing, guys, to starting the stream. When 5 o'clock hits, you guys see the intro banner. You know, like I'm really fucking trying to commit to that. Where 5 p.m. we go live. As you guys know, we have a terrible reputation over at Fresh and Fit for always starting the streams late, okay? And that's a combination of different things. Number one, I work with a bunch of niggas, right? Let's be honest. Fresh, Billz, Mo, work with a bunch of niggas, though I will say that Mo is always timely, and Chris. And the other reason is obviously when you have that many moving parts, because guys, a lot of people don't realize how much like goes on in the back end of the show for Fresh and Fit. Like Mo and Billz come in, then Fresh, our guy Noble comes in, we kind of go over what we're gonna talk about, do like a little quick outline. You know, a lot of it is improv, but we kind of go over what we're going to talk about during the show, and then we go live. And then after we do the first show, keep in mind, Mo and Billz guys don't live in Miami. They live up north. So it takes them like, they're like 30 to 45 minutes away, assuming there's no traffic. And down here in South Florida, traffic is atrocious. Ask anybody. They will fucking tell you. It's literally terrible, right? So they come here sometimes around rush hour, and it's hard for them to get down. So that's one thing. Then, for the girls show, oh, Lord. Every time we tell y'all, okay, yo, we're going to start at 11 o'clock, here's the thing. We're all ready. Because remember, me, Fresh, Mo, Billz, we're in the studio already. We did the first show, so we're ready to go to do the second one. The reason why we start late on After Hours is because the girls always take forever, right? So now you add in another component, right, another variable, and that variable is the shaky nature of females, and you got a recipe right for success when it comes to tardiness. Like, let's just be honest here, right? We got a bunch of niggas. We got chicks. It's like, bro, ain't nobody showing up late and being punctual. So for me, I wanted to focus on getting this show where 5 p.m. hits, y'all see that fucking Night Train banner. You know what I mean? And then, like, I'm in the background finishing up some last minute stuff, but the stream is on. You guys get the notification. We're live. And we just start, you know, get going. And then I try to like go, like actually turn the stream on no more than 15 minutes. And then obviously we do the night train, right? About 2 minutes in, I jump in there, right at the peak. We rock out for a little bit. We slash in the air. And then we kind of get to business, right? So that is my plan. I truly do want to go live Monday through Friday consistently, 5 p.m. It's definitely wearing and tearing on my social life. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Because I'll get on this bitch and be like, yeah, I'm gonna keep it short today. I'm gonna go like 2 hours. Next thing you know, 10 hours later, 12 hours later, 8 hours later, I'm still on it shit. So yeah, because, and kind of let you guys dive into my mind here a little bit. Like last year, right, I watched from the sidelines, and I watched, it's an election year obviously is a big year, right? You see a lot of commentators come out the woodwork. We kind of got on. And I've always had an interest in this stuff. It's just that I never really talked about it like that because politics is divisive. Let's just be honest, guys. Politics is very divisive, especially in the United States, right? But for me, I realized, look, yeah, I'm the type of guy, like, you're going to either love me or hate me, right? Some people can't stand my guts. I got a lot of people that fucking hate me, send me death threats and shit like weirdos. Right, and I got a lot of people that love me because there is no middle ground with me because I'm very extreme. I'll admit this. I will admit that I am extreme. I am extreme, right? I have the wherewithal to admit that, right? And I understand that I'm not everyone's cup of tea. But I prefer this because I don't have to fucking bite my tongue or watch my words, right? Like, I don't have to like outside of obviously not being an idiot and saying certain words on YouTube, like I could pretty much be myself. Like I could use code words, I use sound effects, right? We already know what this one means, and ambiguous terms like them boys and shit. Like I can still say what I gotta say, so the thought is still there. My viewpoints and stances are still there. I just have to police the way I say it sometimes on certain platforms. But the point is that you guys are getting pretty much the authentic Myron. This is why when you guys, if any of you watching the show have met me in person, you guys will realize, oh, this is the same nigga on air. What the fuck? Right? Like, that's the number one thing I get. The two things I get every single time I meet one of you guys, you're taller than I thought, and wow, you're the same fucking guy on air. Because I'll meet somebody, they're like, bro, I appreciate your work, man. Thank you so much. Right? And I'll be like, yeah, somebody's got to tell these bitches the truth. And they just start laughing, right? Because I'll be like at a crowded airport and shit. And niggas like, what the fuck? This is hilarious. Somebody comes up to me in line, says that shit. Hey, man, you saved my life. Hey, yo, thank you, man, for putting us on. Hey, I made XYZ because of you, money, right? I broke up my toxic girlfriend. Like, this is what I get every time I walk outside, right? And my response is always the same. No matter where I'm at, somebody's got to tell these bitches the truth. And it's hilarious because when he walks up to me and says, hey, man, I support your stuff, people, like, kind of catch on. They're like, oh, is that guy somebody? And then I'll say, yeah, somebody's got to tell these bitches the truth. And looking at their fucking reaction when I say that shit is hilarious. Not the person that comes up to me. They laugh, right? But the people around are like, what the hell's going on? So it's a gift. And I understand that with that, people are going to be angry. But yeah, that's kind of what it is. But anyway, to finish up my story here, and I don't want to be yapping on this monologue too long. To finish my story, I was watching people have political discourse and everything like that at the beginning of 2024, and I was like, man, I got to get in here too. And what made me really say, okay, I need to step up and start talking about this shit were a couple of things. Number one, Trump running for office and getting him in. Number two, what's going on in Gaza, right? And then number three, waking normies up to like the red pill when it comes to politics and who really runs this country, right? And I noticed that there's only a few people that do that, right? You know who they are. There's very few for obvious reasons. It's not necessarily a good business move to tell the truth, to be honest with y'all. It's really not, right? I see a new hit piece on YouTube every single day. Some idiot. Oh, Byron fumbled the bag because now he's a racist. FreshandFit is demonetized. They're done. FreshandFit is breaking up. Fresh got an escort pregnant. It's over. Anytime now, they're going to be canceled. 3 years later. Here's the monkey ass still sitting there. Anytime now, they're going to be canceled. Hey, Tom, you've been saying that since 2021. Trust me, they're going to get canceled. I'm telling you.
I've got my clock right here. I'm telling you, they're going to be canceled.
Like, that's our haters, bro. That's literally our haters. Like, some of y'all laughing in the chat. Like, bro, am I not telling the truth, niggas? Literally, I'm telling y'all niggas, bro. Every time I open up YouTube, some new fucking rando is sitting in his dusty-ass basement.
Today we're going to talk about FreshandFit and how they fumbled the bag. Today we're going to talk about Myron unhinged. He slammed his cup. Today we're going to talk about Fresh got escort pregnant. Today we're going to talk about FreshandFit is done. Today we're going to talk about the red pill is gone. Today we're going to talk about Myron's friend Tate gets arrested. Today we're going to talk about FreshandFit getting demonetized.
Like, bro, for 3 years, bro. No, actually, no, we're 2025. For 4 years. For 4 years, niggas have been saying this shit, bro. For 4 fucking years, bro.
Myron's unhinged. You wore a clit outfit. We're going to get canceled.
Hey, but, Tom, don't you like Dave Chappelle?
Yeah, I love Dave Chappelle.
What'd you think about his racism skit?
I loved it.
Well, isn't that kind of what Myron did?
No, it's not the same. It's not the same. It's not the same. Dave Chappelle did it for comedic reasons. That's why he did it.
But Myron kind of did too.
No. Myron can't joke around either. No. He's a huge racist anti-Semite. Anytime now, they're gonna be gone. Can't wait. Anytime now.
Well, Tom, what are you gonna do if they get canceled? Who are you gonna make videos on?
I didn't think of that.
Yeah, bro, like if they get canceled, like what are you gonna do? Like your most viewed videos are them. Oh yeah, you didn't think that far ahead, did you? You know, you didn't think that far. Like, bruh, come on, man. Come on, man. These niggas will be cooked without me. I swear to God, bro, I feel like Al Pacino in this bitch every fucking day, bro. Every day. Every day. Say hello to the fucking bad guy. Let's go. Everybody hates me. The blacks, the Asians, the Indians, the whites. Literally everybody hates me. You know? That's why we got the O// squad. Because we're real ninjas. Right? We don't give a fuck. So yeah, bro, like these niggas don't be thinking. They're like, oh, they're gonna be gone anytime now. And then you ask them, like, nigga, what are you gonna do if they're gone? Like, that's your whole shit. Bro, one guy, I counted this shit up. There's a nigga, bro. I don't even want to mention his name. He's made 100 videos on us. Chat. 100 videos, chat. Over 3 to 4 years, niggas made 100 videos. Anus and Reach have made like 70. These niggas are my sons. They're literally my sons, bro. It's fucking clown world, man. To open up YouTube, and it's a clown world. It's a circus. But here's the difference. I'm the ringleader. These niggas are the monkeys. Call me Lord Frieza, motherfucker. I'll continue saying what I want to say, throwing on hoods, throwing the Elon salute. I'll keep doing what I do. But bro, like there's literally niggas that have made 100 videos on this chat. 100 videos. All right. Anyway, you guys enjoy that little monologue there? That was all off the top, by the way. I didn't even plan that shit. I just literally, you know, just winging it, right? Just fucking winging it over here. You know, some comedic relief. Right? I hope you niggas are entertained. Well, let me see here. Let me try to read some chats. I'm not using Rumble Studio, so I'm not going to be as efficient at this shit as I usually am. We got here Quagmire Giggity says, hey, Myron, you and Angie thought of covering the secret war that took place in the Vietnam War? That never came up, bro. But message Angie on Fed Reacts. Myron, I watched you on Tim Pool, and when you brought up them boys, all of them immediately got uncomfortable and changed the subject right away. He says Tim Pool's a sellout when it comes to them boys. All right, look, guys, look. Them boys is a sensitive topic. Let's just call a spade a spade. All right? It's a sensitive fucking topic, guys. Right? Niggas' buttholes start getting tight when you start talking about that topic. All right? A lot of people don't want to be in the same fucking camera room, like in the same room with a camera on when that conversation is happening. And if it does, they need to push back. Like if you're caught on camera talking about this shit, right? And you're like a big influencer, like them niggas is like, oh shit, fuck, no, fuck, it's happening. All right, shit. Okay, all right. Let me look at my manual guide, YouTube manual guide. Oh, okay. Page 66666. Okay. Argue any point they make. Okay. All right. No, it's actually not true that they run the United States. Well, actually, our politicians are bought by them. Oh, shit. Fuck. How do I respond to that? Rule 666. Okay, if they say they run the country, respond with that's anti-Semitic. Well, is it really? I mean, I'm just saying that they're the only foreign lobby group in America. Doesn't that ring a bell? Oh, shit. Fuck. Let me see if I can find another lobby group here that pays politicians. Russia? Wait, hold on. No, Lauren Chen is going to go to jail for that. Fuck. Okay. Ukraine? Maybe Ukraine. Okay. Well, we give a bunch of aid to Ukraine. Well, yeah, but they don't have a foreign lobby group on their behalf. That's just Biden being crooked. Oh, fuck. He's right. Shit. Okay. Ukraine. Biden. Burisma. Fuck. All right. Is this conversation productive, though? Like, aren't there more important things to talk about? Well, this is kind of something that's been suppressed for like the better part of 2 decades, so it would only stand to reason that people would be interested in it now. Oh, fuck. Damn. He's right. The whole reason I'm having this debate right now is because it's censored. Fuck. All right. Let's just switch topics real quick. All right, let's just switch topics. In other news, Biden's gone. Right? Come on, chat. That's pretty much how the conversation goes. Every single time. Every single time I'm like talking with somebody about this shit, that's literally the conversation. Right? It's something along those lines. Right? Shout out to Tim Pool. I know some of you guys are giving him some hell in here. But Tim's a good guy. You know what I mean? Here's the thing about me. One thing I pride myself on. If you're nice to me, I don't give a fuck about your political views, man. You could be the biggest far leftist, hate blacks, hate Muslims, hate dudes from Sudan. You could be literally anything. From a white supremacist all the way to the most liberal of liberals where you consider that there's 99 genders, right? If you're cool to me, I don't have a problem with giving you that same mutual respect, right? An example of this is like my relationship with Destiny, right? He's getting some heat right now, which I might comment on that a little bit, right? But I get a lot of heat for associating with Destiny. But the reason why I like Destiny and I respect him is because he's the only liberal that's willing to go into the lion's den and debate people that are completely diametrically opposed to him. right? So I could respect that because other left-wingers won't debate, right? Shout out to Loupis. I just had a debate with him and Andrew Wilson. I'm going to bring him on the show probably next week. He'll either come to Miami or we'll do a virtual. And what I'll probably do is I'll just have a sit down with him. And my goal with that interview, chat, is it's not even really to debate. I'm going to just kind of go through lines. Hey, give me your stance on abortion and why you believe that. Give me your stance on immigration and why you believe that. Give me your stance on economy and why you voted for Kamala Harris. And I think it's really important, right? Because on the right, we're so quick to call liberals idiots and say, fuck them, blah, blah, blah. And we're just listening to respond to them versus listening to understand how they came to that conclusion, right? I don't think there's enough of that. So my purpose on that show is to talk to him and have him just explain in his own words, yo, why do you have these worldviews? Where did they come from, right? So I don't think I've seen that done yet really at a high level where a conservative is talking to a liberal, speaking to a liberal, keyword speaking to, from a perspective of let me learn why you believe the things that you learn, that you believe, versus let me challenge what you believe. Does that make sense, chat? Because ironically enough, understanding why they have their belief systems is actually the key to beating them in debates. That's a little secret that for you guys. So like, you need to, even if their stuff sounds fucking ludicrous, it's important to understand why they think that, chat. That actually is what makes you a good debater. You need to, one of the keys about being a good debater, this is like something I've noticed like with me and Andrew Wilson, is we're able to put ourselves in our opponent's shoes and know what they're going to argue and why they're arguing it and their basis of foundation, right? So, for example, I'll give y'all like a quick example from the red pill, then we're gonna get into this thing. When women tell me dumb shit like, the most important thing for me is my independence and making money, I listen to that, and I know from looking at statistics and this happening a million other times that that is not the path to success for most women. I know that studies show that if women aren't married at a certain age and have children, the likelihood of them having anxiety, depression, or some other mental ailment goes up sky high. So I'm armed with this piece of information in my mind as she goes on to rattle off why independence is so important, why her education is so important, etc. So understanding your opponent's mind and why they're saying the things that's on their mind is critical to refuting their points. So yeah. We got a hater in here. Said, bro, TimCast cooked you on air. You're not a great debater. All right, Tiger Maple. Okay, Tiger Maple. It's a strange name. It's a strange name. Somebody got some weirdo names. I think his name is Tiger Maple. The fuck? It's like me naming myself like fucking Panda Lemon. Like, whoa, what the fuck is wrong with y'all niggas, bro? Dude come in named Maple Tiger. Say Tim Pool cooked you. Like, nigga, your credibility is gone just off your name, man. Get the fuck out of here, bro. My man is a condiment and an animal. How you a sweet condiment and a carnivore? The fuck out of here, man. Like, what made you sign on to fucking YouTube and say, let me come up with a username so when I talk shit in random chats, niggas can't refute my claims. Hold on, whoa. I got it. Tiger? It's my favorite animal. And what am I doing right now? I'm eating pancakes. I look to my right. Aunt Jemima Maple. Tiger Maple. Yes. Tiger Maple. Yes. That's the name. Yes. I got it. Let's go. Oh, man. Can't wait to use that one. Shit, let me go to YouTube right now and make this fucking... Awesome, nobody has it. Let's lock it in. Let's go! I'm Tiger Maple now, woo! Hear me roar in your chat, motherfucker. Yeah! Yeah! Nigga looking around, ain't nobody in the room with him. He expecting a pat on the back, but he forgot that his mom's upstairs and he's still in the fucking basement. Nigga so fat he could barely reach over his fucking stomach. Ugh. Tiger Maple. Okay. Let me go on Myron Gaines' chat and tell him that he lost the debate to Tim Pool. Nigga stomach hanging out like this. Is he typing? Come on, man. The fuck out of here, bro. Yo, do you niggas know who I'm talking? Yo, see, here's the thing. You guys don't know this. But you niggas are seeing another side of Myron Gaines that y'all ain't seen before. Look. Do you niggas know that I'm 34 years old? You guys know what that means? That means I went through 9/11. I went through the Iraq War. I went through going to school every day being called a sand nigga. I went to school every day with niggas telling me that my uncle's Saddam Hussein. I went to school every day niggas saying my dad is Osama. As a kid. Okay? I used to be bullied, then I became the word bully. Right? Obviously, when you're getting fucking roasted every single day at school, you need to develop mechanisms to defend yourself. So I become an expert at roasting motherfuckers like you, Tiger Maple. This is all off the top, nigga. Okay? I don't show this funny side, but I could literally make some of y'all niggas cry. Why do you think Albert and Preach got all their fans to report my video? I literally roasted them niggas for like an hour straight. I spent the first like 30 minutes like refuting all their claims logically. And then the mask came off and I just started roasting them niggas. To this day, they're still mad. Myron's unhinged racist. Because I made fun of fucking Preach for cleaning his fucking, for cleaning himself with his fucking hand. Nigga, fucking, Preach just took a shit. Nigga in the bathroom. No toilet paper. No windows in that bitch. So he can't lick it to make himself feel better. Nigga. Make sure nobody looking. Fucking wipes his ass. Nigga's a weirdo, looks at it. That part censored. I roasted them niggas so bad they fucking literally had to get the video taken down, bro. They literally had to get the video taken down. Go look it up, guys. It's on Rumble. Type in end of Abba and Preach with me, Zerka, and Sneeko. We fried them niggas for like an hour straight, bro. That's the video they don't want you to see. Niggas call themselves comedians and then made a response video saying I'm an unhinged racist because they got cooked so bad. Niggas think, and you know, the funny part is that shit was all off the top. No jump cuts, no edits, no fucking using clips to paint a narrative. That was me just straight live roasting y'all niggas, improv. How is a dude, a former federal agent, how am I funnier than y'all? Aren't y'all niggas comedians, bro? Like, aren't y'all comedians, bro? Like, The fuck out of here, man. No wonder nobody goes see our bitch ass niggas shows, man. The niggas will announce a comedy tour. Fucking crickets. Ain't nobody showed up to the fucking window lick special, man. Get the fuck out of here, bro. The Sodom special. The milked special. Never forget that Abba got milked on all fours by his fucking girlfriend. Don't forget that shit. Nigga literally went on a podcast and admitted that he got a fucking anal orgasm, bro. And the nigga has the nerve to come on YouTube and talk shit about me, bro. Preach lied about being with a whale. Nigga made a video all proud of himself. She's not my wife. She's not my wife. All proud of himself and shit. This nigga Abba was next to him. Got a little golden star from kindergarten that he's had since like 1992. Pulls that shit out, pulls it up and just puts it on fucking Preacher's chest. Oh man! All right, Chad. All right. I gotta stop with the jokes. I just spent 45 minutes fucking making jokes and bullshit, man. I gotta get serious. I'm sorry. All right, let me finish reading these chats. You don't like the comedy shit? Ken Rose, $5. I appreciate that. Make America Great Again. I appreciate that. O'Shea be talking about smack. Yeah. Dusty ass nigga. I could honestly end him if I wanted to, chat. I could really end that dude if I really wanted to. But anyway, we'll see. Anyway, guys, welcome to the stream, guys. Nigga said sodomite. That's funny. We're going to be talking about a couple of things that went down. We got a bunch of you guys in here. So do me a favor, guys. Like the video. We got, let's see here. A bunch of y'all ninjas watching across the different platforms. Yeah, we got already like 4,000 plus you guys in here. Yeah, yep. All right. So, okay. So the first thing we're going to talk about, guys, as you guys know, Donald Trump became the 47th president of the United States yesterday. Congratulations for that. You know what I mean? We got our boy in office, right? Where's Tiger Maple? That nigga gone? That nigga probably tight, bro. He punching the air right now. Fuck! How do you know? Shit! How do you know I'm fat? I can't pat myself on the back, man. Damn it! That nigga gone. Nigga said L mod censoring. Bro, ain't nobody censoring you, nigga. Nobody's censoring you, bro. You're just getting a royal ass whooping. This nigga's still in here talking about censorship. Nigga, if you just type that, how are you censored? So anyway, we're going to talk about the executive orders. So Trump signed a bunch of executive orders after taking office yesterday, right? A historic day. Dude wasted no time. He made good on a bunch of fucking promises. So let's go through them. And yeah.
Sworn into office and signs the most executive orders ever by a president.
Which I'll be honest, that's a big fucking W, bro. Like, let's give our boy Donnie a Don DeMarco. That's actually a huge fucking W. It shows initiative. It shows a need to say, yo, we're getting shit done, right? And this is in stark contrast to his first administration where he wasn't able to get anything done the first 2 years, right? Now, could it be done better? Of course. There's always room for improvement. But I would say I'm very satisfied with his first day in. And the fact that he had all these executive orders ready to go and sign, I mean, y'all watched the inauguration yesterday. He had them shit stacked up. And he was just signing them right then and there. Nigga threw the pens to the fans and shit. Like, bro, this is the first president we've ever had that's actually entertaining and shit, man. Don't forget, guys, like, for all you young guys, like, Donald Trump is a TV star. Like, I know a lot of you Gen Z guys, like, don't like, can't fathom that. But, like, us older niggas, like, you know, guys in their 30s, 40s, 50s, like, we all remember The Apprentice. You know, we all remembered, you're fired. We all remember that. Like, make no mistake about it, guys. Donald Trump is an entertainer first. He was always an entertainer first. Right? So that's why people are like whenever people like get shocked by his shit and his antics and what he says or what he does, like his decorum, like I gotta remind him, like, bro, this nigga's an entertainer first, bro. Like, he's not a fucking politician at all. So you're not gonna get like the refined political savvy of like a Barack Obama, right? And I think that's what. So the reason why, right? So going back in time. Back in 2015, when Trump announced that he was going to be president of the United States, right? He was running and replacing career-long established politicians, right? Obama famously, man, let's go back even further. The year's 2008. I'm going to paint a vivid picture for you guys. Here's 2008. Housing market, cooked. Economy, trash. Young Jeezy, one of the most popular rap artists in the country at the time, comes out with a song. Put on, recession. Right? Kanye West, blowing up. Then he comes out with, my president is black, my Lambo's blue. Right? We had just finished the Bush era. For those that didn't live through it, basically, Bush, I would argue, is one of the main antagonizers for our current conflicts in the Middle East. We had always had skirmishes and shit like that there, thanks to his father before, but I would say Bush is literally what locked us in that region for the past 30 years. He is responsible mostly, right? So, it's incredible that this is like, yeah, for within the last like 20 years. So, people are really tired of the forever wars. People are tired of the bad economy. So this guy comes in, young charismatic guy, Harvard grad from Illinois, light skin, half black, half white. So he appeals perfectly to the demographic of the United States. Business in the front, party in the back, half black, half white. Well-spoken, intelligent, great orator. Starts campaigning on the campaign of change. People eat it up. He wins in a landslide, beats John McCain. 2012 comes. He runs for president again against Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney and him, despite having their debates and everything else like that, are extremely professional to each other. Polite, courteous, you watch their debates. Super professional. Obama wins again. Then, this guy named Donald Trump decides to run for office. A web of fucking bad press hits him. Because, guys, make no mistake about it, prior to Trump running for the election, he was loved by the media. A lot of people don't know that. Because a lot of you guys are used to President Donald Trump. A lot of you guys don't know Donald Trump. Prior to him running for office in 2015, he was loved by the media. Absolutely loved. Right? By all races, because he was an entertainer. But he runs for president. That decorum, that professionalism, that great oration that we were used to with 8 years from Barack Obama, this guy's a fucking opposite of that shit. Complete 180. He's over here talking about Muslim bans. He's talking about we're going to build a wall. We're going to make the Mexicans pay for it. He's over here making fun of China. He's calling fucking Kim Jong-un Rocket Man. The fucking Hollywood video leaks. Grab her by the pussy. Remember that? Oh boy, that shit set everything in a frenzy. Right, I'm bringing you guys in time with me. So you go from 8 years of Barack Obama, a polished, refined Harvard graduate with amazing speaking and orating skills to a TV star, a reality TV star, that's saying grab her by the pussy. This was shocking to the American public back then. But interestingly enough, he won. He beat Hillary. He beat Hillary. No one thought it was possible. Everyone thought him running for president was a fucking troll. I'm telling y'all, man. Anybody that lived in 2016 that liked Trump, you guys know, in the back of our minds, we all thought he was trolling, bro. Like, even when the nigga won, he was like, oh. I gotta move to Washington, D.C. now? I gotta get like 10,000 staffers? Oh, shit. I was just kind of doing this to prop up the next season of Apprentice. Oh, fuck, bro. Damn, nigga. Secret Service. Oh, my God. Fuck. Like, yo, I'm telling y'all, man. Like, the dude did not expect to win. Right? So he wins. He starts implementing some unorthodox, crazy fucking policies that had people going wild. Right? Because Barack Obama was always very careful when he spoke publicly. Extremely careful. It's really hard to find, like, if you guys think about it, like, go and try to find, like, a clip of, like, Obama slipping up and saying something politically incorrect. It's going to be very difficult to find. Right? He was very careful with his words. And though you don't have to like Obama, because, I mean, we all know he created a lot of problems. Like, come on, man. He's a Democrat. They just create problems. Right? But what you can't take away from him is that he was a great speaker. So when we get someone in contrast like a Donald Trump, it's shocking. So I say all that to say this. Donald Trump was a refreshing change from typical American politics that are stale and boring. That's the bottom line. He made politics cool for a bunch of Americans. Prior to Donald Trump getting involved in the political scene, I would say maybe 30% of the political base now wouldn't be here. It used to be extremely dry, boring, politically correct talk amongst politicians. Trump coming in was a refreshing change. That's why he won. Ironically enough, the very stuff that got him in the tabloids negatively is what got him to win. People were tired of the politically correct Obamas. People were tired of the Bill Clinton era. People were tired of the Bush era. They were tired of it. They said, bro, let's switch it up. Like, damn, we had 8 years of Bill Clinton. We had 8 years of fucking Bush. We had his dad in at some point. Like, god damn, bro. Let's bring somebody else in. We got Obama in this bitch now. Oh, man. Let's switch it up. So, yes, what Trump did by signing all these executive orders to put a bow on this monologue is he did something that most presidents have never done, and it's because he's not really a politician. He's become one over the past few years, but he still pales in comparison when it comes to presidents before him, when it comes to decorum. And that's why the people love him. Anyway, let's keep going.
On day one, 10 of them focus on immigration.
Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense.
Let's look at the changes.
I told you guys, the Republicans literally campaigned on common sense, which is crazy to me to campaign on that. But yeah, that's a whole other conversation.
Trump is making. I'm Marianne Ahern. This is The Brief. President Trump is wasting no time. Those who know him well say in his first term, he also tried to make big changes, but was told, slow down. Congress moves more slowly. This time...
FYI, I did not watch this video, guys, before reacted to it. I like to do it naturally with you guys. What did I tell y'all before? His first term, he couldn't get nothing done the first 2 years. That is why Project 2025 became a thing. It was a project to bring Trump loyalists in so he would not deal with the same headaches he dealt with after he won the 2015 election or 2016 election. Right? Remember, he didn't expect to win. So when he came in, it was a pleasant surprise. but he didn't have the infrastructure and backing to get the shit done. The U.S. government is extremely bureaucratic. He had to move to D.C. He didn't have any contacts. So what ended up happening was a lot of standardized GOP shills were put into his administration by default. The Boltons, the neocons, right? So Project 2025 was a way to avert that problem that hit him the first time. So on this go around, he said, nah, we're getting executive orders ready now. He learned his lesson.
He is not.
Ross Ulbricht, any opinions on this? Look, I think he should get a pardon, right? Like, let's make no, my stance on Ross is he committed a crime. It was a serious crime. He facilitated the illegal trade of firearms, child pornography, drugs, etc. by having the Silk Road website. However, I do think that the charges he got were way too fucking egregious. He didn't need to get that much time. 10, 15, 20 years at the most. You know what I mean? He should be out by now, in my opinion. He served enough time. The reason why he got so much time, guys, is because he falls under something called the leader-organizer role when you're prosecuted. Right? So like when I was a federal agent, we were arresting people. The guys that were at the top of the totem pole always got more time, even if they weren't as closely linked to the actual crimes. So that was his fuck up. And also keep in mind, like, cybercrime is a relatively new thing, chat. So they used him as an example of what will happen if you establish websites and or places where people can illegally trade contraband, drugs, CP, etc. That's why they gave Ross Ulbricht such a high number. But as far as my opinion goes, do I think he should get a pardon? Yes. Bottom line, yes. He served too much time. He's been in since like 2013. Right? So, yeah.
Not wasting any time. Immigration, one of his key campaign promises, and that's where he's focused on day one. Trump is declaring a national emergency at the border and is sending U.S. troops to the U.S.-Mexico border. He also plans to end catch and release and does promise to continue building the wall. Trump plans to label drug cartels terrorist organizations. He also wants to end birth.
Okay, so a couple of things here, right? And give me one sec, guys. I'm posting this shit. I always forget to do this shit. I'm posting these videos real fast. I'm posting on Instagram. Let everybody know that I'm live. I always forget this shit. By the way, follow me on Instagram, guys. It's right there. You guys can see Exec on everything. Follow me on all the platforms because I make diversely different content for each platform depending on what it is. So it's not like I just cookie cut all the same content and put it on different places. I literally, like, Twitter is political stuff. Instagram is like more comedy dating stuff. And obviously YouTube and Rumble, you guys know it's like the whole blend of things. But, you know, it's a good place to be, ninjas. It's a good place to be. So, you know, how about this? While I post this, I'm going to get myself off camera. You guys listen to this, and then we'll rewind it and go through each one point by point. Just give me a second here.
Birthright citizenship. Now, that's a constitutional protection. So he will need a constitutional amendment to change it. What he's calling for is this change going forward, not for those who have already received that protection. What is birthright citizenship? It means if you are born in this country, you are a citizen of this country. Even, let's say, your parents may be from another country, but if you are born here in the U.S., you are a U.S. citizen. As soon as he took office, he ended what many asylum seekers had been using. It's a mobile app called CBP One. It helped to restore order as those sought appointments at the border to try to get into the U.S. As soon as Trump took office, that CBP One app, it no longer existed. It was shut down. Next up, the economy. As Trump puts it, let's make America more affordable again. And in that respect, he plans to unleash energy policies.
I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill.
Trump also plans to end leasing wind farms. He wants to expand domestic energy production. He also wants to lower EPA emissions on cars. Trump plans to also withdraw from the Paris Climate Accords. That Paris Agreement, adopted back in 2015, it is legally binding, and it's meant to fight climate change. Not everyone agreed with it. Certainly Donald Trump does not. However, at that time, yes, President Obama in charge did agree. On the economy, we're looking for executive actions, not necessarily orders. As he sees it, these energy measures will reduce the cost of living. As far as core Republican conservative values promised all along by Trump during his campaign, he says those DEI policies, they're going away. Instead, he will be focused on colorblind and merit-based. He's also issuing a federal mandate that there are only two sexes, male and female. How might that impact all of us? Well, it could even impact your passport or other federal documents. It could impact education policy. It could impact the military. We're going to be watching that for sure. Trump also has big plans to rename the Gulf of Mexico and Mount Denali. Let's start with the Gulf of Mexico. As for the Gulf of Mexico, Trump says he'd like it called the Gulf of America. It's not unusual for bodies of water to have different names, but for Trump to make this big change happen, he's also going to have to work with international hydrographic organizations to see it through. Even if that happens, other nations may not recognize the name change. When it comes to Denali, that was an Obama rename. It was...
All right, sorry guys. Okay, so let's go ahead. I'm gonna speed it up to 1.25. We're gonna rewind a bit and go through each point case by case, and I'll give you guys my reactions to it. So let's go. Let's start cooking, chat. All right, we locked in now.
With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense.
Let's look at the changes Trump is making.
Let's go.
I'm Marianne Ahern. This is The Brief. President Trump is wasting no time. Those who know him well say in his first term, he also tried to make big changes, but was told, slow down. Congress moves more slowly. This time, he is not wasting any time. Immigration, one of his key campaign promises. And
yes, this is what a lot of the Trump loyalists, immigration, guys, is pretty much the chief voting concern for many Trump loyalists, okay? You know, some notable ones are, you know, guys like Nick Fuentes, Laura Loomer, etc. The MAGA base, immigration is like their chief topic. Like this is their number one issue, right? For me, it's not as high up as you guys know if you guys watch me. My number one voting concern was foreign policy. And we'll talk about that a little bit when we talk about the Israel-Hamas war. My number one thing was foreign policy, not necessarily immigration. However, immigration was like number two for me. Number 2 or 3, right? I would argue the economy is probably third. But for me, the reason why I voted for Trump was because of foreign policy, 100%. That was the main thing that drove me to vote for him. Obviously, there were other auxiliary benefits, like ending censorship, just being right-wing in general, the immigration, economy, and everything else like that. Like these are things that I voted for, but the main reason why I voted Trump was absolutely foreign policy. Now, I know some of you guys will say, Myron, why was your chief voting, metric foreign policy? Well, the reason why, chat, is because, let's be real, immigration sucks, right? It does, and it's important from a national security perspective, but does it affect you that much day to day? Come on, let's be honest. No, right? It has trickling down effects that create problems, of course. Right? But, and the economy, inflation, look, I know inflation's a problem. It's a huge problem. However, the problem with inflation is once it occurs, you can't go backwards. You have to just make more money, right? So if you're a guy that has your shit together and you're you're a go-getter, inflation will inconvenience you, but it won't impede you. Say that again. If you're a go-getter, you're not lazy, inflation will inconvenience you, but it will not impede you. Okay? So, for me, now that we broke this down, the reason why foreign policy was my chief voting thing is because you can't control foreign policy, chat. You can't control it. The only person that has power over foreign policy is our president and the Secretary of Defense and Secretary of State. Those are the three people that run our control, that run our foreign policy. And I don't care about anything. If we get in a nuclear war, it's all over anyway. You understand, chat? Like, the reason why foreign policy is my chief voting issue is because everything else you can control to a degree. But if we're in nuclear warfare, it's over. It's fucking over. Windmills, alternative energy, drill baby drill, fighting inflation, getting rid of the, LGBT sickness in our schools. Like, all that shit goes out the wayside if we're in a nuclear war. Right? And the only people that have power to stave off wars are the president, the Secretary of State, and the Secretary of Defense. Those three motherfuckers right there. That's why I've been extremely critical of people like Marco fucking Rubio, who's a never Trumper, and Pete Hegseth, who's a hardcore neocon Zionist, warmonger. That's why I've been extremely critical of those two cabinet picks. Because foreign policy is why I voted. It was my chief voting concern. Immigration was number 2, followed by economy. But for the MAGA loyalists, a lot of them, immigration was their chief thing. I'm just giving you guys my perspective on what was going through my head when I was voting. But immigration is a problem. Let me be very fucking blunt about this. Like, guys, I lost my monetization. I lost my verification on Twitter for speaking about this shit. So it means a lot to me too. I stood up when it wasn't popular with like 5 other people and said, fuck the H-1B visa. I did a whole fucking stream, Twitter space, discussing the problems with our immigration system. This is actually my fucking wheelhouse. So immigration is very important to me. It's just not number 1. Foreign policy number 1, immigration is second. Now that I think about it more, immigration definitely trumps economy. But economy was a close third.
That's where he's focused on day one. Trump is declaring a national emergency at the border and is sending U.S. troops to the U.S.-Mexico border. He also plans to end catch and release and does promise to continue building the wall. Trump plans to label drug cartels terrorist.
So catch and release, guys. So the way it used to be, right, with the CBP One app is what would happen is the Border Patrol would encounter somebody on the border, right, and they would arrest them, and then they would process them, and then sometimes they would allow them into the country under something called a notice to appear, release it on own recognizance. Now, the reason this is a problem is because these aliens that come in claim asylum or some other bullshit claim to try to stay longer, and what ends up happening is they're allowed to come into the United States pending their case, which is crazy because immigration courts are backed up. So what ends up happening is these guys just get a free ticket to come in, and then they go out in the wind anyway. They get lost in the wind when it's time for their court, because immigration courts are like years behind. It's a whole other system, guys. When illegal aliens are caught, think of it as like a whole parallel criminal justice economy. Has nothing to do with our traditional criminal justice system. Absolutely nothing to do. Local police can't enforce it. The state troopers can't enforce it. Immigration is specifically a federal matter, which is why it's so important as a voting issue, because governors, state and local agencies, state and local governments have no power over immigration. Immigration is uniquely and chiefly a federal exclusive issue. I want to be extremely clear about that. Immigration in the United States, chat, is exclusively a federal issue and jurisdiction. In other words, state and local law enforcement agencies have no Title VIII authority, and neither does the military. And I'm going to talk about that here in a second as well. There's only 4 to 5 agencies that have immigration authority. You guys want me to name them? Give me ones in the chat if y'all want me to name them. Or you guys can guess in the chat which they are. Someone said INS. Damn, y'all niggas are fucking behind. INS was disbanded in 2003, buddy. All right. Okay. You got immigration, customs enforcement, enforcement removal operations. That's one. Those are the guys that are deporting illegal aliens. Let me make myself bigger and explain this shit for y'all. All right. Here are the immigration agencies, okay? ICE, Immigration Customs Enforcement, right? There's two components of ICE. Stay with me here. So you got ICE right here, Immigration Customs Enforcement. Under ICE are two agencies, okay? Two agencies. So think of this as ICE. These are two agencies below, right? You got, with my index finger here, enforcement removal operations. Here on my middle finger, you have something called Homeland Security Investigations. Enforcement removal operations, ERO, these are the guys that go out and catch illegal aliens when they're already in the United States. Okay? They go out and they pick these guys up when they're already here and they deport them. Right? ERO. Then HSI investigates immigration crimes that are felonies. Document benefit fraud, illegal reentry, etc. There's a slew of felonies that pertain to the INA, or Immigration Nationality Act. But enforcement removal operations, their chief job is to find and apprehend illegal aliens that are in the United States and remove them what's called administratively. Okay? HSI is tasked with enforcing the criminal statutes that go alongside immigration from an investigator standpoint. So HSI is the special agents. ERO, think of them as like kind of like the police officers. Sorta. Okay? Because in the immigration world, there's two routes you can go. There's the administrative path, where it's not necessarily criminal, it's only administrative immigration violations, or there's the criminal side. Alien smuggling, document benefit fraud, blah, blah, blah. Legal reentry after you've been deported, 1326, shit like that. Okay? So that's the ICE component. Give me ones in the chat if that makes sense, then I'm going to move on to the next agency, because I want you guys to really understand this shit. Because I don't think I've ever seen anyone on YouTube explain this to this level, this molecular fucking detail. Give me ones if you understand that first part. We just explained ICE and the two components in it. Enforcement removal operations, the guys that are actually going out and deporting these guys once they're in the United States, and then HSI, who is tasked with investigating the immigration felonies associated with it. Perfect. Give me a two if you're confused and say why. Don't be shy, but please don't troll, guys. I'm looking at the chat because y'all really need to understand this shit. Because once you understand this, everything else is going to make sense. If you don't understand, put two and then say why. Because there might be someone else in the chat that's confused as well. All right. Some idiot said, repeat it slower, less talking. That just means you're dumb. Repeat it slow, less talk. Okay, nigga. Okay. All right. Most of you guys are putting ones. Some of y'all are putting twos just to troll. All right. So we went over ICE. The next agency that investigates immigration is Customs and Border Protection. Customs and Border Protection are the uniformed officers. Within CBP, there's two main components, right? For immigration purposes, I'm just going to keep it simple. There's more, but I'm just going to keep it simple. There's Border Patrol, who wears green uniforms. Then there's something called Office of Field Operations, which wears blue uniforms. The easiest way to explain this is, if you're coming into the country illegally, let's say on the Mexican border or on the Canadian border, you're going to see guys with green uniforms. They're going to arrest you. Okay? If you're at an airport or what's called a valid port of entry, an airport, a bridge, maybe you're driving from Mexico to the United States or Canada to the United States, right? These are all designated and called POEs, or ports of entry. You're going to see the blue uniform guys there. So you go to fucking Europe, and then you come back. When you come back, you have your passport ready. Who do you hand your passport to? You hand it to some dude sitting at a desk wearing a blue uniform. That's a CBP officer, OFO. Okay? He is the one that checks you for immigration status and for customs. Okay? At a valid port of entry. To simplify this even more, if you see green uniform, bad. You're not supposed to be coming into the United States this way. If you see blue uniform, good. You should be coming to the United States this way. Simple? Give me ones if that makes sense. Then we're going to move on to the next agency. All right. Yeah, someone said in the chat, green run, blue stay. Exactly. There you go. If you're coming in and see niggas in blue uniforms, you're doing it illegally. If you're trying to come in and you see niggas in green uniforms, you're going to jail. Even if you're an American citizen. Let's say you go to Mexico and you say, you know, I want to feel what it's like to be an illegal alien. You're going to try to cross in, them niggas are going to apprehend you. Like, what the fuck are you doing here? You're like, I just kind of wanted to see what it's like to be an illegal alien. They're going to you'll probably get arrested, detained. They'll verify that you're an American citizen, then they'll let you go. So if anybody wants to do that and record themselves, it'll be hilarious. Go ahead. I'm kidding. Don't do that. You'll go to jail for no reason. You'll go to immigration jail for no reason. All right. Done. Now, honorable mentions. You have CBP Office of Air and Marine. These are the guys that are a lot of the times assisting CBP with air support. They also have limited Title 8 authority to conduct immigration because they're a component of CBP. Another honorable mention, the FBI. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, known everywhere as the FBI, they also have Title 8 authority, but it's very limited. Why is it limited? Because they don't have access to the databases that store the immigration data that they need. Okay? So this is why a lot of the times, whenever the FBI does immigration-related cases, they have HSI on board helping them out, or HSI is the lead. Okay? There you go, guys. That is a thorough explanation of the agencies that investigate immigration in the United States. Now, someone mentioned INS. I'll quickly go over this. INS used to exist prior to 9/11. After the Homeland Security Act of 2003, under Bush, they took INS and the U.S. Customs Service and merged them to create Immigration and Customs Enforcement. So INS does not exist anymore. It is what's called a legacy agency, okay? So everyone that was an INS special agent and everyone that was a Customs special agent back then, they got merged into ICE. So INS special agents and Customs agents took their badges, had to turn them in, and they got ICE badges in response. There's a bunch of bureaucratic shit in the background about why that merger isn't good for, but that's me really getting in the fucking weeds with y'all, which I won't go into now. Pay, benefits, shit like that I won't even fucking touch. You know, maybe I'll talk about it some other day for the people out there that are really interested in this like lore and are interested into law enforcement and nerds like I am about that shit. But I'll keep it very simple. INS and the U.S. Customs Service no longer exist. They are now known as ICE, which has those two components I talked to you guys about. Enforcement removal operations, Homeland Security investigations. Those are the two premier agencies that investigate immigration crimes and the deportation of illegal aliens. They're the ones that are in the interior of the United States versus Customs and Border Protection and Border Patrol are on the outskirts defending the border. Cool? Give me ones in the chat if y'all learned something new. Is that not the fucking best breakdown y'all have heard on the internet? Come on, man. You ain't gonna get shit like this anywhere else. Nobody can explain this. It's very nuanced and confusing, chat. That's why so many people don't understand it. You have to be in this world to truly understand it. Perfect. Y'all get it. All right, let's keep cooking.
Organizations. He also wants to end birthright terrorist organizations.
Okay. So him designating these Mexican cartels as terrorist organizations, why did he do that? By designating them as a terrorist organization, guys, what ends up happening is that gives federal law enforcement more resources to be able to combat what's called these transnational organized crime syndicates, right? Because once you make them a terrorist organization, now the FISA courts are open to you, okay? Now, what are the FISA courts? FISA courts, my niggas, basically, is this. The Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, FISA, is a federal law that allows U.S. government to collect, analyze foreign intelligence on U.S. soil. FISA enacted in 1978 in response to revelations of government privacy violations, right? So basically, just so I can simplify this for y'all, this basically gives like the feds a rubber stamp to invade your privacy. Let's just call a fucking spade a spade. You know what I'm saying? The FISA Act, in combination with the Patriot Act, is a way that the U.S. government is allowed to spy on enemies, both foreign and domestic. That's why Edward Snowden got in trouble, because intelligence agencies are not supposed to collect on U.S. citizens. It's the whole reason he fucking exposed that operation. But FISA, alongside the Patriot Act, is a way for the U.S. government to use an enormous amount of resources to go after terrorist threats in the U.S. after 9/11. Right? I mean, the FISA Act existed since 1978, but it got strengthened with the Patriot Act. So basically, designating them as a terrorist organization gives the United States a bunch of extra tools in their belt to better combat these transnational criminal organizations. Instead of just relying on traditional law enforcement techniques, now they can use the FISA courts, which has a lower threshold and burden of proof to conduct these investigations under the premise of national security. Once you put that word national security into your case, things change.
He also wants to end birthright citizenship. Now that's
Okay, now this is controversial, right? This is very controversial. But the chances of this actually going through, I don't know, guys. Sounds good on paper, but I don't know if he can actually push this one through. This is kind of wildly unpopular. But I see why he did it. The reason why Trump did this is to not incentivize illegal aliens to come to the United States. This is a deterrence. This is not going to be for the people that were already born here. They will maintain their citizenship. This is going to be something that kind of goes into the future, and it will prevent anchor babies. We know that a lot of women run across the border while they're pregnant in an effort to have a child in the United States. It's a tale as old as times.
Constitutional protection. So he will need a constitutional amendment to change it. What he's calling for is this change going forward, not for those who have already received that protection. What is birthright citizenship? It means if you are born in this country, you are a citizen of this country. Even, let's say, your parents may be from another country, but if you are born here in the U.S., you are a U.S. citizen. As soon as he took office, he ended what many asylum seekers had been using. It's a mobile app called CBP One.
Okay, I've talked about this app in fucking detail with a guy named Zach Apotheker, okay? He's a Border Patrol agent. We had a deep fucking dive. Matter of fact, this is how important this video is. I got to show this shit to y'all right fucking now. So you go on Rumble, right? Type in FreshandFit. Border Patrol. Boom. This is the interview I did with Zach. This was his first fucking appearance on the internet where he whistle blew this shit. He comes in uniform.
19 and 20.
And I don't think you guys understand how monumental this is. You got a former HSI special agent and a Border Patrol agent sitting at a table talking about immigration. I'm really proud of this podcast. This was, I would argue, this podcast is one of the biggest eye-openers that's been on the internet during the fucking Trump administration. I'll go ahead and link it for you guys. I really encourage all of you guys to watch this after this stream. Shout out to Zach, an American patriot. A lot of y'all, how many of y'all didn't even know that about this interview existing? Give me ones in the chat if you did not know about this interview existing or you've never seen it. I kind of want to get an assessment. Give me ones in the chat if you did not watch this interview or you did not know it existed. Give me ones in the chat. Give me ones if you did not know this interview existed or you did not watch it. Yeah, that's a lot of fucking ones. It looks like 60 Like 50 to 60% of y'all didn't see this interview. Yeah, okay. All right. All right. So some of y'all saw it live. Yeah, it's like 50-50. All right, cool. Nah, I also wanted to say that because, bro, we've been banned on YouTube for not banned, shadow banned for a minute. So, like, I've noticed that, like, we did most of the interview on Rumble, though. I'll keep it 1,000 with y'all because this was such a sensitive topic. Most of the interview was on Rumble. So, you can see the views going up as we're going live. But, yeah, this is the link. I'm going to drop it for you guys. Watch this fucking interview, chat. If you care about immigration in the United States, watch this fucking interview. This is by fucking far the most thorough, the most complete, the most expert-related information on immigration in the United States and the enforcement of it on the fucking internet. And I say that 10 toes fucking down. No one on the fucking internet has a better interview that explains immigration and the immigration crisis in the United States right fucking now than this interview. I don't say that lightly. Okay? Take this fucking interview, save it, watch it later. Timestamps are in the description. Right? I also have the YouTube version of it as well. It's on YouTube as well. But fuck YouTube. Watch it on Rumble. Support the real niggas. Timestamps are right here. All right, link is there, guys. I'm actually shocked at how many of you guys have never seen this interview. That just goes to show how much fucking YouTube is blackballing us, bro. It's fucking annoying. But yes, the 14th Amendment is very controversial. It's going to be tough for them to reverse that.
Helped to restore order as those sought appointments at the border to try to get into the U.S. As soon as Trump took office, that CBP One.
And we go into, that's the reason why I showed you guys the link. We go into detail about the CBP One app and how it's so fucking damaging to immigration enforcement. So the fact that Trump got rid of the CBP One app vindicates me and Zach, because we were railing against the CBP One app during this interview. And most Americans don't even know what the fuck it is. Basically, it's an app that allows the aliens to come to the United States, get flights paid for them, and fucking go in under NTA RORs while they're waiting for their asylum claim to process. Fucking little craziness. Because when I was an agent, we were just sending them all back. Under Biden, he was letting them in. Ludicrous, guys. Fucking madness. All right? If you want more details, click the link. I'll drop it right now for you guys one more time in here. Mods, if you guys can pin it for me, mods. Green King fucking said Myron is wrong.
One app, it no longer existed.
Idiot.
It was shut down. Next up, the economy. As Trump puts it, let's make America more affordable.
Okay, before we get into the economy, give me ones in the chat if you guys feel comfortable now and you understand the immigration crisis to like a basic degree. Give me ones. I'm trying to make this stream as educational as possible. Because you're not going to understand executive orders unless you understand the problems that the executive orders are fixing. And that is my chief duty on this stream. Give me ones if y'all learned something and you feel comfortable with the immigration discussion. Give me ones. Twos if you're so confused. If you're confused, quickly put 2 and then tell me why you're confused. So I can quickly answer before we get into the economy, because we're about to close the door on immigration now. Okay, 2. The only way you can get me to click... Okay, this nigga. All right. Somebody out thirsty for Angie. What the fuck? Okay, I see a bunch of ones. Tito and Rumble Chat, if you're going to put 2, you need to put 2 and Y, nigga. Don't just put 2 like an idiot. Put the 2 and tell me why. Okay. 2, give us a summary on the immigration vid. What are you talking about? What immigration vid? Yo, if you're just joining the stream now, guys, like rewind. Okay, 2, someone said I just joined late. Okay. 2, talk about the ROGs? What are you talking about, the ROGs? Okay, 2, explain H-1B and why it's awful. Okay, the reason why H-1B is awful, guys, is because it's a way to get cheap labor into the United States. Simple as that. and it's mostly used for tech companies, and India is the main beneficiary of it. Simply put, it takes away American jobs. It's a little bit deeper than that, but for the purposes of this stream, and keeping things simple, because I've talked about the H-1B visa ad fucking nauseum for the past 2 weeks. 2, what was their reason to just let them in now? How did they justify? The Biden administration names Quentin is why. It's the Biden administration. Guys, also, if you want to get involved with the show, since I'm not using Rumble Studio, the best way to get involved, guys, is to use the website, MyronGainsX.com. You guys can see it there. Super chat there, guys, because I can see it real time from here. Makes it way fucking easier. Way easier for me. Matter of fact, let me open it right now. Let me make sure. So I'm going to go ahead and pin this link for you guys. Let me just get this shit situated before we... I'm going to give you guys the link right now. This is the best way to super chat, guys, because I'm not using Rumble Studio right now. So all my Cast Club niggas, bro, use this link to get involved in the show. Because it'll be way easier for me to fucking... Okay, so I'm pinning it in the comments for you guys right now. Oh my God. All right. All right. Cool. All right. I think we can close the chapter on immigration. So let's go ahead and keep cooking. And I pinned it in the top of all the chats. We're live on Fresh and Fit, Myron Gaines, all the channels. I'm going to cut the Fresh and Fit stream soon. So get ready for that. Probably when I start the space. In about an hour.
Again. And in that respect, he plans to unleash energy policies.
Okay, so let's go ahead and go to the economy now.
Become more affordable again. And in that respect, he plans to unleash energy policies.
I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill.
Trump also plans to end leasing wind farms. He wants to expand domestic energy production. He also wants... Okay,
I got some chats here. Iron says, woke me up, bro. Streets are cold. 304s are old. Iron sharpens iron. I got you, bro. Sadaka says, hey, Myron, can you please unmute my account? Sadaka, I roasted fresh on FNF and I got muted across all, even on Myron Gaines X. Shit. Okay. Mods, can you unmute him? I don't even know how to fucking... Okay, here's his username, chat. I'm dropping his name in all the different chats. Mods, can you, like, unmute him? Haas, yo, Myron, my credit score has been lowering around 690 for a while. I've been paying on time. What are some ways I could boost my score? Keep your utilization under 10%, bro. That'll make it skyrocket. Carter Man 92 says, yo, Myron, don't burn yourself out with these social streams. Remember, you got to be sharp for after hours and to bring in a normie crowd and get him out in the real sauce. Yeah, no worries, bro. It's Tuesday, so I can cook today. But yes, obviously on days where I have Fresh and Fit, I'll conserve a bit of energy. But I'm really trying to take this shit over, guys. I'm trying to overwhelm everybody with fucking awesome, valuable content. Unlike all my haters who just do nothing but talk shit about me because they're fucking retards like Abba and Preach.
Wants to lower EPA emissions on cars. Trump plans to also withdraw from the Paris Climate Accords. That Paris Agreement, adopted back in 2015, it is legal.
Also, I think it's important to note that the Ukraine-Russia war created a very strong stimuli for us to be more energy efficient on our own. For those that don't know, a lot of people make the criticism that Russia is nothing more than a gas station. Well, that's kind of true because they have an enormous amount of gas, oil, resources, etc. And the conflict with Ukraine definitely, thank you, Broski, for removing his ban. We got you, Sadaka. And guys, best way to get in touch with me this stream, again, is with Myron Gaines X, pinned at the top. I'm not using Rumble Studio, so please donate there so I can see all your chats fly in, all right? And I can put them up on screen. I think Billz did a widget for me that it shows up on screen. Let me matter of fact, let me call his ass right real fast. Quick little detour, niggas. Doing a million things at once. Shout out to Billz, by the way. Yo, Billz. Hey, I'm live on air, bro. Can you do me a solid, man? Because since we're not using Rumble Studio, I told them to prioritize Myron Gaines X for the super chats. Can we make sure that those super chats show up on screen every time they come in?
Oh, yeah. I'll try and see what I can do.
Do you want me to team viewer you in?
No, you can send me a picture. I can see what I can do.
All right, cool. I'll send you a picture right now. Thanks, bro.
All right, got you.
Okay. Got y'all niggas, man. Shout out to Billz. Billz, man. He's going to come in and take over my computer for a little bit. Pause. But anyway, we'll keep playing the video.
Legally binding, and it's meant to fight climate change. Not everyone agreed.
Yes, so in other words, yes, that's what I was saying. The Russia-Ukraine war has created a very strong impetus to go ahead and create alternative energy resources so we're not as dependent on other individuals in times of conflict.
With it, certainly Donald Trump does not. However, at that time, yes, President Obama.
Obviously, the conflicts in the Middle East also affect that need for energy as well. We got two different wars going on. One in the Middle East with Israel, and then one with Ukraine and Russia.
Obama in charge did it.
Wars always create problems for energy. Guys, this is why wars are so bad. They always create problems for the economies. And this is what a lot of people don't talk about. Foreign wars, that's another reason why I was so important. I forgot to mention this. The other reason why foreign policy was my number one voting point was because foreign policy in itself, when it's fixes a lot of the economic problems. And that's something a lot of people don't talk about. If you avoid and stop and or contain foreign wars, that has an immense and enormous positive effect that would reverberate, as Netanyahu always says, all over the economy. If we don't have wars and countries are on good terms, guess what happens? Trade occurs. When trade occurs, especially for natural resources, that's how we keep things cheap. Right? When it comes to energy exchange, I still think products need to be made in the United States. We need to keep as many jobs in the United States. But when it comes to like natural resources that we just simply don't have, right, or don't have enough of, oil, shit like that, this is where conflicts are really important to keeping those prices down. You guys want to pay fucking $5 a gallon at the fucking pump? I remember gas was $5 a fucking gallon back in 2003 after we invaded Iraq. Any of you guys remember that shit? I remember seeing prices go up as high as like $6 or $7, bro, in 2003. Per fucking gallon. So yes, foreign policy has positive reverberations on American economy. Because when there's no conflicts, that means trade is allowed. When trade is allowed, that means prices stay low. Because there's an abundance of said product which keeps the prices low. That is why it's important. When it comes to manufacturing and creating product, I think that needs to stay in the United States. But when it comes to energy and natural resources, we simply don't have an excess of certain things to sustain ourselves the same way. Okay? That is why foreign conflicts are so fucking bad as well.
Agree. On the economy.
Economic fucking turmoil. The price of food went up after the Russia-Ukraine war. Ukraine is the breadbasket. I've been saying this shit for months. No one else ever talks about how foreign conflicts affect the price of food and oil. Like, it's crazy to me. So many Americans are mad about inflation, but they don't ask how the inflation came. There's two main reasons that we have rocket high inflation. Two main reasons, chat. Foreign conflicts with countries that either make or support oil and natural resources, and the overprinting of money. As you guys know, during the 2020 pandemic, roughly 50% of the U.S. currency in circulation was printed, which is insane. Absolutely insane. The overprinting of the US dollar alongside foreign conflicts, and there's some other things too. Some other factors, of course. But these factors were huge. Right? We can talk about Fed rates and everything else like that, lowering the interest rates, all that, or increasing the interest rates. But these factors were huge in the current inflation problem we have now, where the price of living has gone down significantly. The price of living has gone up significantly.
We're looking for executive actions, not necessarily orders. As he sees it, these energy measures will reduce the cost of living. As far as core Republican conservative values promised all along by Trump during his campaign, he says those DEI policies, they're going away. Instead, he will be focused on colorblind and merit-based.
That's a no-brainer, right? You guys know on this side of the fucking internet, we're all for meritocracy, right? We're all for meritocracy. I've actually been one of the biggest advocates for meritocracy over skin color all the time. I'm one of the biggest advocates for white men getting ostracized from the workforce for DEI practices. I think the best person should have the job, not the person that checks a fucking box. And that's the problem with these DEI hires. So this is common sense. But we've gone so fucking left that people would prefer to hire a minority female over a qualified white male. That's how fucking far left we've gone to overcorrect. We don't put the best candidates in, we put the candidate in that checks the most boxes for us so we can have a diversified workplace.
He's also issuing a federal mandate that there are only
Affirmative action is cancer.
two sexes, male and female. How might
They call it DEI now, but when I was coming up, we called it affirmative action. They rebranded it and call it DEI now because affirmative action has a very negative stigma. Like, this is nothing more than a rebrand. All you guys that are in your 30s, you guys, give me ones if y'all remember the whole affirmative action push. Notice how they don't use affirmative action anymore. They call it DEI now. It's literally a psyop. It's a rebrand psyop.
that impact all of us? Well, it could even impact your passport or other federal documents. It could impact education policy. It could impact the military. We're going to be watching that for sure. Trump also has big plans to rename the Gulf of Mexico and Mount Denali.
Okay, this, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. So every president, guys, likes to leave behind a legacy, right? And keep in mind, this is Trump's last 4 years. So he's gonna go balls to the wall. He's gonna try to create as much impact as he can and make memorable changes during his administration that will last centuries. So let's just be honest here. You guys know me. I'm not like a fucking Trump dick sucker like a lot of these conservatives. Like I have criticized Trump. I am not fucking bought, right? Because being a political commentator isn't my main niche, right? Dating is my shit. Dating and self-improvement is my shit. I do this political commentary shit on the side for y'all, right? To give you guys what's going on with the very same red pill lens that I use with women and dating, I use it with politics. I talk about the uncomfortable truth. So I know a lot of big conservative creators like will sit there and, back anything Trump does, never criticize him. You know who I'm talking about. I ain't gonna say their names, but I could think of like 3 or 4 different mainstream conservatives that never criticize Trump. And they're all huge, by the way. Ain't that a coincidence? But I like Trump, but he is not above criticism, right? And this right here, I gotta call a spade a spade. This is a very selfish move on his end. And renaming these things, this is purely ego. I did it. I can picture him. I'm the one that called it the Gulf of America, right? We're gonna have big dreams. We're gonna take back our water. We're gonna take back our titles. Okay? I need to work on my Trump impression. But you guys get the point. This is a very look what I did during my presidency move. This is an ego move. Let's just call a spade a spade. I ain't knocking it. It's cool. It's cool, right? But I think Trump's main priority here is to leave this after these 4 years to be the peace negotiator, the economy revitalizer, and renaming certain things after America?
Start with the Gulf of Mexico. As for the Gulf of Mexico, Trump says he'd like it called the Gulf of America.
Yeah, see, it's straight ego. Like, let's keep it. I mean, it's hilarious. Don't get it twisted. I love it. But it's purely a very Trump maneuver, right? To add to his legacy.
It's not unusual for bodies of water to have different names, but for Trump to make this big change happen, he's also going to have to work with international hydrographic organizations to see it through. Even if that happens, other nations may not recognize the name change. When it comes to Denali, that was an Obama rename. It was changed from Mount McKinley. Today, Trump says he will restore that name to Mount McKinley to honor President William McKinley. Why was it called McKinley to begin with? A gold prospector gave it that name. He was an admirer of McKinley at the time, although we've read McKinley never visited Alaska. Nevertheless, that was the name since 1896. Officially, the federal government.
Also, guys, we got roughly 7,000 plus of you guys watching right now. Fucking lit. Do me a favor, ninjas. Like the video. We're going to build this channel up, man. We're going to get to the point where we got 100,000 watching live. We're going to get there. If losers like Osmond Gold, simp ass, we did a video reacting to his dumb ass too yesterday. Fucking content gold. But if losers like him can have 100,000 plus watching live, bro, we could do that shit too. We're way more entertaining than that nigga, bro. Half these streamers are boring. Why have to get in the game? They're stupid. They don't even really have good takes. They're not based. Super fucking boring. Centrist.
Also agreed back in 1917. However, President Obama in 2015 changed the name to Denali. Denali means the high one in its Native American origin. And that's why.
Of course, he would do that. The very Democrat thing to do. Well, let's respect our former Native Americans. They were here first. Right? Trump says, nah, fuck that shit. We conquered them niggas, man. We naming it after a U.S. individual.
President Obama.
Let's go.
Obama gave it that honor. However, Trump tried to do this in his first term. The Alaska senators said no, they objected. However, today he plans to go forward and rename it Mount McKinley. Overall, very busy day one start. We're already seeing legal.
All right. So that concludes that, right? Some of the executive orders. It's 7:24 now. So as you guys know, I'm going to be doing a space, right? And let me kind of just show you guys this. Hold on, let me move this shit over here. See, my X is so crazy that I don't even know what's going to pop up when I pull it up. So I got to make sure I kind of clean it a bit, make sure that we got what we need. All right, so this is going to be the space, guys. A case to stop censorship on X with Andrew Tate, Nick Fuentes, etc. I know Andrew's got like a court hearing he's got to do. So hopefully he'll come in shortly. I messaged Nick too. But basically, guys, as you guys know, Trump signed an executive order going after censorship, right? We'll save Israel-Hamas war because this is going to take me an hour plus. Okay, this is TikTok shit. Okay, so let's go through this real quick. I'll probably have to cover the Hamas-Israel shit after we do this space. This space isn't going to be long, FYI. I know y'all are used to the clan meetings where I go for like 2, 3, 4 hours. Nah, this is going to be like less than an hour, guys. We're going to make a quick, nice, succinct case. I'm going to have some big names in here. We're going to rotate, have people talk, make a case Elon to restore people's stuff, and keep it pushing. And I'll stream it for y'all. So this is going to kind of just be a quick little detour from the stream to have this discussion. But what was I going to do? Since we're talking about executive orders,
challenges to what Donald Trump.
and then we'll talk about the J6ers too.
Sir?
No, hold on. And we'll talk about that pardon as well. Let's do the J6 pardons, then I'll do the censorship, because that'll actually make more sense. It'll flow perfectly, dovetail into when we do the space.
First, we have a list of pardons and commutations relating to events that occurred on January 6, 2021.
Okay.
Bro, this is actually, I honestly think this is the biggest W order he signed. This order alongside the censorship one are the two biggest W's of yesterday. I am pleasantly surprised that he pardoned 1,500 J6ers. That deserves a Don DeMarco. Right? So this is it. And they're going to react to CNN losing their minds about it, which is hilarious. So let's show the executive order, then react to CNN losing their minds.
I think we have a list of pardons and commutations relating to events that occurred on January 6, 2021.
Okay, and how many people is this?
I think this order will apply to approximately 1,500 people, sir.
Now, and here's the reason why this is so awesome. For anyone that's been following the campaign trail, this is the one topic that Trump actually was kind of tight-lipped on. Right? Give me ones in the chat if you guys agree. I'm going to give you guys my stance here, why I think this. Like, he would get asked all the time, are you pardoning the J6ers? And his typical response was, yes, we're looking into it. The violent ones will have to kind of assess case by case. But that's kind of been his standard answer. Very ambiguous, very nebulous, obscure, and raising more questions than answers. We're looking into it. What about the violent ones, right? The reporter was like, what about the violent ones? We're looking into it, and we'll see what we can do. Then you fast forward to Inauguration Day, and he pardons fucking 1,500 of them. I am pleasantly surprised. Because this was the only topic that he was fairly quiet on. And we all know Trump. Let's be honest, chat. We all know Trump. He likes to talk. Bro is going through fucking 4 criminal cases still yapping, right? We know Trump likes to talk. We know that many of his defense attorneys know that he likes to talk. Many defense attorneys have come forward and said it's very difficult to have Donald Trump as a client. He's violated several gag orders. He's insulted judges. He calls Jack Smith, the prosecutor on his case, deranged. He calls the New York Judge Merchant corrupt. Like, this nigga don't give a fuck. That's why Jeanne E. Carroll, like, fucking sued him for defamation. Like, yo, nigga said, oh, did you rape Jeanne E. Carroll back in the 90s? She's not my type. Like, what? Bruh, yo, I remember seeing that clip going fucking crazy. My stomach was on fire laughing at that shit. Bro, nah, man, fuck this shit. I gotta show y'all niggas this shit, man. I don't mean to go on a fucking random tangent here, but yo, come on, man. This is peak entertainment. Like,
First,
bro,
we have a list of
nigga is a former president of the United States. Did you rape that woman? She's not my type. You know what I'm saying? Bro.
Now, in your June.
So he's doing a fucking deposition, chat. He's doing a deposition. Okay, for those that are unaware, a deposition is a legal proceeding where you come in, it's very formal. They swear you in, they record it, and you're under oath. Okay? A lot of the times it's compelled. And since this was a administrative lawsuit, not criminal, he did not have Fifth Amendment protection. So he had to talk to some degree. Okay? So they're in here asking him about the Jeanne E. Carroll lawsuit where he allegedly raped her in a fitting room back in the 1990s. All right? This is on October 19, 2022. 2022 was a rough year for Trump.
June 21 statement, which is in your June 21 statement, which is DJT 20. You said that Ms. Carroll was trying to sell a new book.
Yeah, you can't lie, chat. You can't lie. Because you're under oath.
That you said shame on those who make up false stories of assault to try to get publicity for themselves or sell a book.
No. Okay, so one allegation is that she was trying to sell a book, which is true.
That's right.
Before you made that statement, did you have any knowledge, one way or the other, of the financial arrangements between Ms. Carroll and the publisher of her book?
No.
Did you even know who her publisher was?
No.
Had you ever seen her book contract?
No.
Did you know anything about Ms. Carroll's financial situation?
No.
Did you know anything about her expected book sales?
No idea.
Before you made the statement that appears in DJT 20, do you know whether you or anyone working for you did any research on Ms. Carroll?
I just don't know. It's possible somebody, when they heard this horrible accusation, it's possible that somebody did a little quick research, but not that I know of.
Another thing that you say in your June 21 statement is that Ms. Carroll was trying to carry out a political agenda.
Yeah.
Before issuing your statement on June 21,
Mind
did
you,
you learn
this is like right around the time that he announced he was going to run back for president of the United States, chat.
what political party Ms. Carroll belonged to?
I didn't know that.
Before you issued your June 21 statement, did you have any documents indicating that she was pursuing a political agenda?
No.
At the end of your statement, your June 21 statement, you say, if anyone has information that the Democratic Party is working with Ms. Carroll or New York Magazine, please notify us as soon as possible. Did anyone ever notify you?
I don't know.
So just so you guys know, Jeanne Carroll sued him for defamation and sexual assault and rape. He was convicted on the defamation and the sexual assault, allegedly. But remember, or found liable. I don't want to say convicted. In civil court, it's only preponderance of the evidence, which is a very low threshold. 51% versus 49% basically makes you liable, chat.
Sitting here today, you can't recall anyone who notified you?
I don't know.
One of the other things that you said about Ms. Carroll at the time appears in your June 24 statement, which is DJT 22. And what you said there is, I'll say it with great respect, number one, she's not my type. When you said that Ms. Carroll was not your type, you meant that she was not your type physically, right?
I saw her in a picture. I didn't know what she looked like. And I said it, and I say it with as much respect as I can, but she is not my type.
And again, when you say type, you just refer to looking at photos. So you mean
Yo! This is a former president of the United fucking States at a deposition hearing for rape, defamation, and sexual assault. And his response is, yo, there's no way, bro. She ain't my type. W Trump, chat. Bro, W fucking Trump, man. O/slashes in the chat. This is the bigotry that we fucking need back in the United States of America. I'm gonna give that nigga another $9 for that. Bro, O/slash in the chat. This shit had me fucking weak, man. I remember I was like watching this shit preparing for an episode of Fed Reacts, and I lost my fucking mind, bro. Because I've done hundreds of depositions, chat. Like, I know how formal it is. It's a big fucking deal. You walk in there, there's hella cameras, lawyers are questioning you, because your lawyers are there, their lawyers are there. There's probably like 50 people in the room with him right now. Between the Secret Service, his lawyers, etc. Like, it's a big fucking deal when you go in for a deposition, because they use this in court, chat. Right? So he goes in there, sits down, he's compelled to answer the questions, and Mr. Trump, you said on this day that she's not your type. Nigga doubles down and says, yeah, she ain't my type. I ain't grape her. Fuck out of here. W Trump, bro. W fucking Trump. Fuck Me Too. Fuck the Me Too era. This crazy ass woman went on fucking CNN and said that rape isn't physical. She's a fucking Looney Tune bonker bitch. So I believe Trump that he doesn't know who this bitch is. And when he said she's not my type, that shit was fucking hilarious. That's why I love this guy.
physically she's not your type?
Physically, she's not my type, and now that I've gotten indirectly to hear things about her, she wouldn't be my type in any way, shape, or form.
But when you were talking about...
So not only is she not my type physically, but I don't like her personality either. She's a liar. Because I ain't do this. Yo.
On June 24th, you were referring to her not being your type physically.
I saw a photo of her, and the only difference between me and other people is I'm honest. She's not my type.
Nigga basically just said she's ugly, bro. Let's go. Nigga basically said that she's ugly, bro. Let's go, man. Let's fucking go, man. Ah, man.
So this is January 6th. These are the
Bro, like 3 years ago, they were trying to destroy this man, bro. To see him sitting back in the Oval Office is actually so fucking delicious to see. Pause. Because I know the liberals are fucking so pissed. AOC, oh man, I'm not going to the inauguration because he's a rapist. The liberal tears, man. The liberal tears. As my guy Nick says, your body, our choice forever, right? I kid. But yo, like, it's trolling. But like, bro, like this shit is hilarious. So many liberals fucking lost their minds.
The hostages, approximately 1,500 for a pardon.
Yes.
Full pardon.
Full pardon or commutation?
Full pardon. We have about 6 commutations in there where we're doing further research. Nice to see you again. So this is a big one. Anything you want to explain about this? We hope they get them. We hope they come out tonight, frankly.
Huge, man. Huge. So let's see CNN's fucking meltdown on him signing this executive order to pardon the J6ers, which you guys know my stance on this. I'm happy that he pardoned the J6ers because if you're not going to go after the fucking BLM riders that burned down Minneapolis, Portland, Oregon, Seattle, and a bunch of other blue-leaning metropolitan cities all over the United States, then you better fucking pardon these J6ers, bro.
Window on, clearly he's very happy to be back in the Oval Office, yes. Very happy to be back on TV. You can imagine him saying a lot of those things every day in Mar-a-Lago over the last 4 years to assemble guests time and time again.
I think also he said, gee, did Biden do this? As in, I think he wanted to set a contrast with Biden.
Yeah. That's his job as the president, is to remind everyone how much Biden sucked.
Biden, by going sort of having this rolling press conference. And
I mean, we rarely have seen something like that of a president just riffing from the...
Yeah, and it's and there's a reason for it because the...
Well, no, see, okay, let's see what they say, and then I'll tell you guys why he really did it.
Words of a president can actually send armies marching and markets tumbling and have real consequences. I think, look, I actually think it's refreshing for presidents to be, I was among those who was critical of the lack of exposure of President Biden, and I think it's good for presidents to be exposed. It's better if they tell the truth when they're doing it, and as Daniel just said, a lot of that wasn't there, but we ought to focus on the sort of headline issue here. There are a lot of consequential things he did, but that ceremony today was in the...
The reason why Trump did that is because Biden was extremely rehearsed and would never have off-the-cuff interviews with the press. So everything was like nothing was organic. Same thing with Kamala. Same fucking shit with Kamala. So yes, the reason why it was refreshing and the reason why Trump made a point to do it like that, let reporters in as he's signing the executive orders, is to show, I am not Biden. You can ask me questions. I will answer them real time. No rehearsal, no bullshit. I'm here. Talk to me. That's why he did that. On day one, he wanted to show a stark contrast to the Biden administration, that we will not continue to do the same shit that's been going on for the past 4 years. Again, guys, don't forget, go back in time. 2016. Shout out to the super chat. You guys can see the little phone popping up. Let me make that shit bigger for y'all niggas. Right? He wanted to send a message that I am not Biden. And I'm not going to make the same mistake again where I spend 2 years fucking not getting anything done. I'm getting shit done on day one, which I think is a very powerful message that We're going the other way now. We're doing a 180, and we're getting the fuck up out of this Biden administration era.
Rotunda of the U.S. Capitol. Everybody here remembers what happened there 4 years ago when that mob came through. Everybody remembers the gallows. Everybody remembers the chants. Everybody remembers the assault on 160 police officers. Is that the number? And basically, he said those people were hostages. I saw him today at his rally in front of a group of families of Israeli hostages who were taken by Hamas in Gaza, and he talked about freeing the January 6th hostages. These are not hostages. These are people who either confess.
Look, is that CNN shilling for Israel once again? Oh, of course. Here comes the bipartisan dick sucking of Israel. Here we go, man. Yes. You want to know why he talked about the J6ers in the same sentence as the Israelis hostages? Because America first, motherfucker. That's why. Okay? I'm sorry, but American citizens being jailed takes precedence over foreign hostages being jailed. Israel has created its own problems. We've been bailing them out of their fucking problems for damn near 70, 80 years now. Enough is enough. Israel is like a badass little kid that constantly does fuck shit, antagonizes a bully, and when that bully hits them back, they run to us. Mommy, he hit me. And then we go ahead and we give him a fucking toy or a fucking bat, and he goes back and hits that bully with the fucking bat. That is the America-Israel fucking relationship. Let's go. Let me be explicitly clear here. For this guy to compare the Israeli hostages that were kidnapped to the January 6ers that were imprisoned is ridiculous. Why? Because in one instance, we're talking about American fucking citizens. The other one, we're talking about foreign nationals. Now, were some Americans kidnapped in there? Sure. Maybe one or two. But 1,500 Americans in America, Trump, no pun intended, a few hostages in Israel that happen to have dual citizenship. So yes, there's nothing wrong with Trump putting the Israeli hostages in the same sentence as the January 6 hostages, because they are. And this is America first. We need to go back to that. I've had my criticisms of Trump when it comes to Israel. I've had my criticisms of many presidents when it comes to Israel. After John F. Kennedy died, Lyndon B. Johnson ushered in a whole fucking era, decades, of keeping Israel away from accountability. Once again, so you guys can paint this image in your fucking mind. The U.S.-Israel relationship is simply this. Israel is the spoiled brat child. We are the father. Our spoiled brat child goes to school and antagonizes bullies, takes their fucking lunch money, talks shit, hits them, and when they strike back, after 50 years plus of talking shit and taking lunch money, the child runs right back to us, the daddy, and say, hey, these bullies hit me. I need to defend myself. Okay, son, no worries. Here's a fucking bat. Go to school tomorrow and let them know. And if you need more, I have plenty more. So he goes to fucking school. Nigga starts fucking wailing out. Right? Beats the shit out of him. Ah! Nigga thinks he's Barry Bonds. Bat breaks. Teacher pulls him into the fucking detention center. Hey, what the fuck are you doing? We're suspending you from school, asshole. Give me that bat. Son comes back home. Hey, Dad, they suspended me from school. They were trying to expel me. I need help. Don't worry, son. I'll go meet with the fucking principal tomorrow. We go to the fucking principal's office. Hey, nigga. You can't expel my fucking kid. You not know I run this fucking school? You know how much money I donate to this school? You can't expel my fucking kid. And on top of that, he's gonna be back at school tomorrow with a newer, shinier bat. That's metal this time. And you're gonna let him in. Comprende? Okay. Okay, I know you're the top donor. Daddy America. Okay. So little Israel goes back to school, goes up to fucking Ahmed Allahu Akbar! With that new shiny metal bat. Nigga fucking Barry Bonds too. Bang! Nigga thinks it's Ines from Super Smash Bros. Here we go! Bang! Starts going crazy again. Right?
That was easy.
Nigga, literally.
Fatality.
And this time he goes even harder. He doesn't just beat up Ahmed. He beats up Muhammad. Fucking, he beats up fucking Muhammad, Ahmed, fucking Singh. He beats everybody's asses. Fucking Ling Ping Ding said, comes in, hey, Israel, chill out. Stop being their ass. Hey, shut up, nigga. I'll hit you too. The fuck out of here. This is my beef with these fucking terrorists. My beef. Get the fuck out of here, China. Who cares what you got to say, nigga? My dad pays for this school. Get the fuck out of here. Right? Keeps wailing on him. Nigga going crazy. Principal comes again. Hey, little Israel, you got to chill out. Fuck wrong with you, man? We're going to expel you. For real this time. So little Israel goes home again. Dad, they're gonna fucking expel me again, fuck. Okay, Johnny, I keep telling you, stop beating up on Muhammad and Ahmed. You've been doing this shit for 50 years. Chill out. All right? This is the last time I'm gonna do this. Okay, Daddy. Goes to school again. Same fucking spiel. I pay for this shit, nigga. You ain't expelled my son, blah, blah, blah. Principal's like, okay, all right. I know he's violated this so many times. He's been kicked out of 109 schools. But no, man. Fine. Let's bring him back. Israel goes back again. Right? This time we give that nigga an even nicer bat. This was titanium with some diamonds on it. Nigga goes to town again. Bang! Beating everybody's ass. And it just, the perpetual cycle keeps going, guys. Keeps going. That is the Israel-America relationship, chat. For anyone that is unaware of our relationship with the United States, that analogy perfectly paints it for you as to how Israel is able to behave the way they do with almost zero fucking accountability to the world. So, to bring this back, America first. The J6 prisoners are more important than foreign nationals being imprisoned by a foreign organization, by a foreign terrorist organization. Because Israel has their own problems and we have our problems. We got to prioritize our people and our problems. Hope you guys enjoyed that fucking analogy. Some loser in the chat says L analogy, fuck America. Yeah, Osama, fuck you.
Were convicted.
Nigga's name is Osama Bladden. The fuck?
Of crimes related to marauding the Capitol to try and stop the lawful process of certifying an American election. And the only defense that I can think of for this action today is that those people went there because they were told an abject lie by the President of the United States that the election had been stolen and that something improper was happening. And so, in some ways, maybe he, I'm not suggesting this was his motivation, but you could justify it by saying, well.
I just got a text from my boy Elijah Schaefer. He said that his producer was pardoned. He was supposed to report to jail on February 3rd. He got pardoned. W fucking Trump, bro. So my guy Elijah Schaefer from Slightly Offensive, his producer was actually Jay Sixer. And he was supposed to report to jail in February. And he fucking avoided it. That's awesome.
He lied to them and tricked them into going there under false pretenses because they thought it was their patriotic duty. So maybe they should get some consideration for that. Many of them have said that they went there because he told them to do that. But I'll tell you, what are the consequences of this? If people are told that you can engage in rioting, insurrections, attack police officers, and so on, and the President of the United States will call you hostages, and free you, it's a hell of a way to start the next 4 years.
Yeah, look, I was prepared for shock and awe. This is just shock and awful, as far as I'm concerned. I mean,
good one. Good one, man. Fucking Van Jones with the fucking zinger. Wow. Get this guy a fucking microphone and a stage to tell some jokes. When's the comedy special coming out, buddy?
David is 100% right. This could be interpreted by some people as a green light for right-wing political violence. That's not his intention, but it could be interpreted that way. Because why?
Yeah, for maybe idiots. But right-wing political violence is always punished. Versus left-wing political violence is almost never punished. Notice how BLM and Antifa outwardly riot and destroy cities, but you never see the KKK holding rallies. Why is that? The KKK rallies are small, infrequent, and with a lot of security. The BLM rallies are large, in your face, and ostentatious. They are not the same at all. BLM proudly protest, do speeches, show their shock when people like Daniel Penny get found innocent. But you ain't never gonna see a fucking Klan member stand outside of a courthouse saying, hey, we need justice for our fucking white boys. This bullshit. We need these hands gone. Fuck that. No, bro. You don't see them niggas ever. Ever. Why? Because political violence on the right is harshly punished and monitored by the FBI. Left-wing violence is not punished, yet is monitored by the FBI. Big fucking difference. Doesn't even come close. Van Jones.
Why do you put people in jail?
Chat, we cooking or what tonight? I'm on one tonight. We doing comedy. We doing commentary. We about to do a big Twitter space. Are you not entertained, niggas? We taking over 2025? Am I gonna be the top political streamer? Am I gonna be the top commentary, political, cultural streamer? We taking over, chat? Huh? Ain't nobody can be this entertaining, funny, and simultaneously on the pulse of what the fuck's going on. And give you guys expert opinions. O// in the chat, niggas. OSS is here to stay and take over. 2025 is our year. Whether we get monetized on YouTube or not, 2025 is our fucking year. Because our motivations are much deeper than fiat currency. Our motivation is to inspire the youth, inspire the fucking men, and lead a revolution to better men, political awareness, higher intelligence, and not being fucking morons. We're also here to help women become better too. A lot of women in the chat right now that watch me. I mean, most women hate me, let's be honest. But the smart ones fucking get it. And the smart ones typically have a boyfriend or a husband because they listen to what I say. If they can get past the way I deliver my stuff, I actually give women a lot of fucking game. So we're taking over, niggas. There ain't nobody more diversified on the internet than your boy. I can talk about virtually any fucking topic.
3 reasons. You want to incapacitate dangerous people. You want to punish people for doing bad stuff. And you want to deter people from doing the same thing again. It looks like the federal government is no longer in the deterrence business when it comes to right-wing political violence. That is scary to me, and I am a criminal justice fanatic. I love people coming out of prison.
Okay, name the last time a far-right organization burned a city down. Van Jones. Name the last time a far-right organization has burned a fucking city down. I'll wait. Oh, wait, you can't name one? What are you going to bring up? Charlottesville? Charlottesville? Where someone got ran over? That doesn't rise to the level of destroying entire metropolitan areas, defunding the police, bringing the National Guard in. They went super hard on Charlottesville, didn't they? They were fine people hoax that they used against Trump. That shit had coverage everywhere. That one event. But the BLM riots, nobody, they covered it for a few days. Just another day in office. So no, Van Jones, right-wing extremism and violence is not as prevalent as left-wing political violence. Not even fucking close. I'm gonna take a quick piss, guys. I'll keep letting this play for y'all ninjas. And we're gonna get ready to do this space soon.
Usually, when somebody comes out of prison, it's not right after they beat up a cop. Maybe they did something else, and there's some idea that they've confessed, they've apologized, they've rehabilitated themselves, they've done some action, and then we say, now you get a second chance. This is a very dangerous thing that happened tonight, among many others. This is not shock and awe, it's shock and awful.
With me now is Massachusetts Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren. Let me ask you about what you think of these pardons and commutations of the January 6th.
Well, it attacks the very foundation of our democracy because it tries to whitewash what was clearly an insurrection. People died from that. Property was destroyed. People were injured. Police officers trying to defend the democratic process died. And the idea that now Donald Trump and his Republican friends are just coming in and trying to whitewash the whole thing and pretend not only did it never happen, it was nothing but a picnic. And that's just not
Having these guys melt down is fucking hilarious.
going to work.
He seems to have a lot of new friends, too, who appeared today. I'm wondering what you made of what you think the message President Trump was trying to send by having, you know, Tim Cook, Jeff Bezos, obviously Elon Musk.
All right, so I'm going to start this space up, guys. I'm going to do it on my phone, and then I'm going to join in on the internet. So bear with me here as I start this thing up. Holy shit, we got 3.9K saying that they're just going. Liddy. All right, so let me start this thing now. Kind of get people in. Then I'm going to open up a tab and also join. Because I think the best thing here is to start it on my phone chat. So bear with me. I'm opening up the Twitter space right now. Go to my Twitter, guys. Myron Gaines X. You're going to see it's going to be purple. And that will... that's how you guys know to click and join the space. Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to the space. Welcome to the space. We're gonna start this thing shortly. Just waiting for everybody to file in, and we'll get this thing going in like the next two or 3 minutes. All right. So, bear with me, chat. I'm doing a million things here, man. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and open up the space on all right. Okay, guys, can you hear me nice and clear in here on the Twitter space? If so, can you guys give me 100 emojis? I'm live streaming right now on YouTube and Rumble. So I am going to begin the process of getting people some microphones and kind of outline what's going on. And what I'll probably do is, as we get some of the names in here, the big names, hopefully, that are supposed to join, I will rotate them through because a lot of people might not be able to stay on the space. This is going to be a shorter space. Okay, I see some 100 emojis. Awesome, awesome. And here, chat, let me go ahead and show you guys the Twitter space so you guys can see what's going on. And those of you in the space, thank you for bearing with me. I'm live streaming this event on Rumble, YouTube, etc. So be cognizant of that, please. We already got some big headers hitting the house. We got Lucas Gage, Converse, Sam Parker. Sulaiman just came in. Stu Peters is in the house. Let's see, who else we got here? So yeah, guys, it's like I said before, this isn't going to be a long space. This is going to be kind of a short, succinct space. As big Twitter names come in, I'm going to rotate them in. I spoke with Andrew earlier. He's supposed to join, but I do know that he has a court date, so it's not 100%. Then I'm not sure what Nick is doing. I sent him the link too, but let's see what happens here. And I think it's important to note that, Nick survived a assassination attempt not too long ago. So, I am definitely sensitive to that. So, okay. All right, we got a couple people in here right now. So, I guess, here, Slim, I'm going to give you co-host, you and Sam Parker, because you guys are really good at helping moderate this stuff. Okay, boom. All right. So, okay. I'll kind of open it up, and then I'm going to turn it to some of my counterparts on the panel, and I'll be brief. So, how do we get here? Right around Christmas Eve, Laura Loomer sparked a very contentious debate on a very serious issue that's kind of been something that has been around, but not necessarily talked about at a public level. There was a bunch of controversy on the H-1B visa. I won't go into why some people had the views that they have, but the bottom line is there was a difference of opinion on this very tumultuous topic, okay? There were people that were against it, such as myself, Sam Parker, Sulaiman, Nick Fuentes, Lucas Gage, and some others, Stu Peters, who's in here. A bunch of us were against it. Dr. Loupis, Jake Shields, and there were some other people that agreed with it, right? Big names like Vivek Ramaswamy, Elon Musk, Alex Jones, etc. And the purpose of this space isn't necessarily to debate the issues or the positives or negatives of the H-1B visa. Rather, we're here to discuss the aftermath of this political discourse. After this discussion, multiple accounts that were critical of the H-1B visa and Zionism were demonetized, de-verified, and had their subscribers taken away. Now, as many of you know, with the verification check, that is integral to your ability to reach people on X to a degree. And on top of that, the subscribers is a feature where people that support your work can directly support you. This has absolutely nothing to do with ads, has absolutely nothing to do with the ability for a platform to monetize via ads. This is a creator to supporter direct connection where X actually benefits and gets a portion of. But it has nothing to do with ads. Okay? That was taken away. And on top of that was the demonetization. This might be the most contentious portion of the censorship here, because you can make the argument that X doesn't have an obligation to give you ad revenue, which is fine. We're not here to argue for that. What we are here to talk about is the fact that this app was taken over by Elon Musk in the name of free speech, and being the free speech being the bedrock of a democracy, and aligning that with the First Amendment. Now, for those of you that aren't constitutional lawyers or might not be familiar with American law, I'll be very blunt here. The First Amendment protects free speech and freedom of expression, okay? hate speech, okay, which is the main basis as to why this H-1B visa controversy occurred, because there's criticism of the visa itself and the individuals that benefit from it, aka people from India. Hate speech was the main basis as to why so many people lost their verifications, though we were never formally told this via email, right? So, hate speech, if you look at case law in the United States, in most cases, roughly 90%, is actually protected under the First Amendment. Why is this important? This is important because when Elon Musk framed Twitter as a free speech app, he explicitly referred to the First Amendment as a reference document for the basis of the free speech on this app. And I just discussed with you guys before, hate speech is largely protected under the First Amendment. I would make the argument that hate speech needs to be protected under the First Amendment because no one cares about speech that isn't offensive. Saying things that are nice, saying things that are politically correct don't need protection. It's the speech that is triggering, the speech that evokes emotion, the speech that some might deem as controversial while others might deem as truthful. That is the speech that needs to be protected. Okay? And not only that, but that speech needs to be protected, especially when it has a political context. Our founding fathers came from England to the United States to get away from tyranny. There's a reason why the framers of our Constitution made the First Amendment the First Amendment. It was that important that these men would traverse the fucking Atlantic Ocean under peril and danger of scurvy in old colonial times. They risked all that for the ability to have the First Amendment. Okay, and the Second Amendment, and Elon has echoed this before, the Second Amendment is to back up the First Amendment. This country was founded on those two principles. Men risked their lives to get these principles. And these principles are what Elon Musk framed Twitter on. So when we have political discourse on a topic like the H-1B visa and immigration in the United States, this is precisely the speech that our framers needed protected from political persecution. The ability to speak freely and have political discourse is an integral cornerstone of our society. I would argue it is the reason why we are the strongest and best nation in the world, despite our flaws, is because we can speak freely. Meanwhile, our first world English-speaking counterparts don't have that same privilege. We see people being arrested in London. We see people being arrested in Australia. We see Canadians leaving in droves. Though we have our problems in the United States, this is the best fucking country in the world, and I stand on that because I'm a hardcore nationalist. I truly mean that. Okay? So if Elon Musk is going to stand on his promise and protect the integrity of free speech, which he references the First Amendment all the time as being the foundation of his free speech motivation and doctrine, then he needs to protect the political speech of those that he disagrees with. Namely, individuals that disagree with Zionism, individuals that disagree with the H-1B visa, individuals that disagree on immigration or legal migration. The First Amendment was literally designed to protect individuals like us so that we can have political discourse and bring our ideas to the marketplace of ideas. But if our reach is stifled, if our ability to get to the marketplace is stifled, that is completely antithetical to the reason why the First Amendment exists. With that said, I'll end my monologue. I'll turn it over to Sam Parker and then Sulaiman. And go ahead, guys, take it away. Whoever wants to go first.
Yeah, I'll jump in. So, I mean, I completely agree with you. And what I don't like about this is that when Elon is talking about this, he's specifically talking about monetization. So, firstly, when you take away someone's monetization, you're basically taking away the ability to make money. But that's not the most important thing because many of us were heavily demonetized anyway compared to even what we were earning with a sixth of the followers before October the 7th. But what the issue is that when he's basically saying, look, you will only be monetized if you essentially have the exact same political opinion as me, and you will be paid well if you do so, you control people to basically have the exact same view as you. And that's the first problem. The second thing is when they say that, oh, it's only a blue tick, there's actually a multifaceted issue when you take away the blue check mark. The first thing is when you take away the blue check mark, your posts are significantly deboosted. So if your posts are significantly deboosted, that means that when you're posting, people don't see what you've got to say. For true speech to occur, it's not only a freedom of speech, but you have to actually be able to be heard. I always give this analogy. If you put someone in a prison and they speak but no one can hear, that does not mean that the person has the ability to speak. Or for example, if YouTube was to allow someone to exist on YouTube but no one could ever see their content, that would then be censorship. So that's the first thing. The second thing about the blue check marks is that it actually removes facilities from you, and therefore it removes your speech. The first facility it takes away from you is your X Live. So for example, I used to go on X Live Monday to Friday. I know I took a short break and we'd get like what, 20,000, 30,000, 100,000 viewers. Now you can't go on X Live. That means that ability to speak, that ability to relay your ideas in that video
this is
medium,
from his own words.
something which X is claiming they're going to expand on as well, is another form of censorship. It means that's been removed from you. The other form of censorship is video. So for example, when I want to post, or when any of us want to post.
So chat, this is his tweet when he said that. So you guys know that I'm not capping.
We've created ourselves. You can't post videos longer than 2 minutes. And so you then have a further problem where again your speech is very much minimized and you're not able to relay your ideas. So it is an actual free speech issue because people are like, oh, you can speak, but you haven't got your blue check mark, but you can still post. But first of all, you can't do X Live. The second thing is, and that's something that allegedly is meant to be a major part, they're going to redo the algorithm so that there's a separate video aspect or component of X. You're not able to go on X Live. You're not able to do videos above 2 minutes. And the most important thing is, like, we've created a large following. And the reason you create the large following, generally speaking, is people want to hear what you've got to say. People are interested in what you post, and therefore people follow you to see that. So when someone like me has gained 600,000 followers, Myron's gained a few 100,000 over so many different accounts. Dr. Anna's gained 1.5 million, I believe. Those followers are there to be able to see your ideas and thoughts. And when they've basically removed that, they are censoring your thoughts, and you're not, people who are your normal followers are not able to see that. So this is a major free speech issue. So I just want to talk about that. But the second issue is this. Like, Elon keeps saying that, look, I believe in free speech. And yesterday we had Donald Trump saying that he's signing an executive order for free speech. And so now the issue you have is people, because they're not that smart, they think, oh, we're only speaking about the left, like it's actual left-wing censorship. But actually, the worst thing about censorship is with the left, they'll tell you, look, we don't want to hear what Myron's got to say. We don't want to hear what Sulaiman's got to say. We don't want to hear what Dr. Anna's got to say. We don't want to hear what the rest of the people have got to say. Therefore, we want to censor you. We don't like what you've got to say. We're going to censor you. You said X hateful thing. We're going to censor you. You said Y thing that triggered this leftist person. We're going to censor you. With Elon and the right wing, they're pro-censorship, but they don't want to tell you the reason why you got censored, because we don't know what's the reason why we got censored, and B, they don't want to tell you the parameters and the mechanism by which you've been censored. So they're for censorship, and they'll say, oh, you know, it's a private company and whatever it may be, but then again they're for censorship. The third point is this. Trump said, oh, he's going to stop governmental censorship. Elon Musk is part of government. He is part of the Doge department. He is part of the governmental department, and then he is censoring. This is actual governmental censorship more than anything else. And therefore, when you're being censored, it's specifically impeding on the point that Donald Trump said. And I think what's happened is when Mark Zuckerberg says, oh, I now believe in free speech, in reality, he doesn't believe in free speech. He just realized that you can just say that people are dumb, they'll believe it. And really, you can continue to censor, you can continue to do all these things. And that's clearly what's happened with Elon Musk. And you saw it yesterday when he did the Roman salute. You had the ADL come out and support him. So clearly, whatever happened in the background, they've given him his full-fledged support, irrespective of what he does or says. Because what the ADL 2 years ago would have literally had a spaz attack over this. They would have literally censored. They would have, removed advertisers. So that just shows you the kind of dynamic that's going on behind closed doors. So this is major censorship going on. And by the way, so we talked about the blue check mark, we talked about the monitor, and remember, Laura Loomer was the first person or one of the first people for it to be removed, but she was given it back. And so she was giving it back, and the only difference between her and us is she's a Zionist and we're not Zionist accounts, and that's literally the only difference. That's the first aspect. The second aspect is monetization was taken away, and as you said, you gave a good example of how the subscriber base is people who want to subscribe to you, they want to follow you, they want to support your work. Again, that was taken away. Ad revenue was taken away, and obviously ad revenue is kind of very low anyway, it's negligible, but maybe for others it's high. But again, it's a scenario where you should be able to earn, because when YouTube demonetizes, again, that's a form of censorship, because you're stopping people from posting on your platform. People then start giving up. People stop giving the will to relay their ideas and thoughts. But then on top of that, there's been bannings that's been occurred as well. So there's been a significant number of Groyper accounts that have been banned, known and unknown. So you can't make the argument that it's an unknown profile. For example, Dalton was a known profile. He's a human being. He's a profile behind he's a person behind the profile, and he was censored as well. And though all of those Groyper accounts were nuked at the same time. And so again, what's the reason for it? The only reason for their accounts being nuked was because of having a different political opinion. There was no other reason. So when Musk argues and says, look, people can insult me, but I don't want to pay them to insult. Well, first of all, banning the Groyper accounts isn't about pay. Taking away our blue check marks isn't about pay. The only thing about pay is the monetization aspect, and you'll see that the vast majority of us haven't even really spoke about the monetization that much, although it is an important component. So it's mass censorship on a major scale that's occurred, and it goes against what Trump is claiming. It goes against free speech, which is what Musk is claiming, and it goes against what the right said. But I also said this: the right doesn't believe in free speech. If anything, we all know free speech was always a classical left idea. In reality, the right only cried that they didn't have the ability to control speech, and now that they have the ability, they're controlling speech. But guess what? Everything ebbs and flows, and just like the right's in power, the left's going to come back in power. And just like you're censoring now, they'll censor then, and then you can't complain about that censorship, because when you had the power, you were pro-censorship. So that was just a quick monologue that I want to say, Myron, but I'll pass the mic back.
Yeah, no worries. Hold on. Okay, so I'll turn it to Sam. And guys, let's try to keep our monologues short and sweet, because I don't want to do the space too long. The goal here is obviously, a call for freedom of speech. And, hopefully, like I said, we're obviously being very respectful here. The goal here isn't to just attack Elon Musk. I mean, at the end of the day, we're all happy that we have the ability to speak on here. But, to be able to really utilize that free speech, the reach is a critical component. But yeah, I'll turn it to you, Sam, and then we can go to Stu, and then Doc, and then anybody else that rolls in.
First of all, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. Go ahead.
Okay, my app is big time glitching as every time we have an important space, my app is nerfed. I don't know what the deal is, but no, listen, first of all, before I get into anything, this is going to be a short and sweet space, as Myron said. This is a space of action. We're strategically trying to get Elon Musk's attention. And so we have almost 2,000 people in this space right now. Here's our first assignment. I would like to direct your attention up to the nest. Dr. Anna Loupis has composed a tweet that we want to boost to Elon's eyeballs, and we're going to use the power of this space to do that. Okay, so I need everybody listening to pull out your phone, sit in front of your computer, whatever, go up to the nest, go to the tweet that Dr. Anna sent, and I want you to do two things. I want you to do two things very carefully. You can do more than two things, but I want you to do at least these two things. I want you to like that tweet, and I want you to reply to it. I want you to reply to it and say, Elon, please pardon these accounts, or Elon, please fully reinstate these accounts, or Elon, please restore full Twitter privileges and features to this account. Something along those lines. But please do that now. Please take a moment to like that tweet and reply to it, specifically asking Elon to restore all features to those named accounts. Please take a moment to do that now. It's up in the nest. Okay, you can do more than that. You can retweet it, quote tweet it if you want, but at the very least, for this at this moment, and we're going to do some more of this throughout the evening, please like it and reply to it right now so that we can really get this sent off and really boost it in the algorithm. So we got over 2,000 people now. I want to see at least 1,000 comments and a couple thousand likes on this tweet right now. This is our big Hail Mary, right? This is our big Hail Mary. This is our strategic, counter strike, if you will, trying to get Elon Musk's attention, trying to appeal to his altruism, if it's there. We don't know all the things that happened inside of Twitter that made this happen. These bans and revocation of features happened over the course of a few days, several different days, in fact, to different people at different times. So we don't know exactly what was happening internally at Twitter. We don't know what Elon's aware of and not aware of. We don't know what he's responsible for and not responsible for, but we're appealing to him in the spirit of the J6 pardons and in the spirit of Donald Trump, quote unquote, restoring free speech to the internet. We're asking him to look at these accounts and fully reinstate them.
And I think it's important also to note for everybody in here, like, I need you guys to understand, if they get rid of us, you're fucking next. For anyone in here that's monetized or thinking like, oh, this doesn't apply to me, whatever, like, the encroachment of a right doesn't ever stop. It's a slippery slope that leads to more inevitable censorship and issues when it comes to depriving individuals of their First Amendment right. So we just happen to be the first individuals that were hit by this. And let me be very explicit about this. I've been demonetized on X for well over a year. I have no fucking financial fight in the game here. My primary platforms are Rumble and YouTube. I'm a video podcaster. I'm not a fucking Twitter guy. I've only been on this platform for roughly a year. I got demonetized early on, and I never made money on this shit. Maybe less than $1,000 over a year at that, and I lost my monetization very quickly. So it's not about the money for me. It's about the principle, right? And other people here have lost a lot more money, and I'm sure they can go ahead and air their grievances. But I look at it like, look, I'm streaming this. I have a big platform. We need to bring this out because this is something that affects a lot of people. Thankfully for me, it didn't affect me financially, but for a lot of people it did. And for those that are thinking, oh, I'm safe, I'm still monetized, it's just a matter of time, guys. If they take our rights away, you're fucking next. And this is why being a free speech absolutist is so goddamn important, because it never ends with just one person. You might say the wrong thing one time that pisses Elon or someone else off, and the next thing you know, bam, you're retaliated against, right? And by then it's too fucking late. So we saw that with the TikTok CEO. Oh, free speech, right? He wanted to go ahead and have that whole spiel when they went after him. At that point, it's too late. Now they got 70 days to make something happen where they have to make very invasive changes to the platform to be able to stay. So once they hit you guys, it's too late. We've already dealt with it, but that's why it's so important to reshare this stuff. But anyway, I'll turn it to Stu. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, thanks a lot for having me. Important space, and I agree with most of what's been said, and I think that it lays a good foundation for where we're at. I mean, you can get into intricate details really about taking away communication because you can't DM people that have blue checks now. You could talk about the lengths of our posts. Nobody can see posts longer than 200 and some odd characters. Can't post videos over 2 minutes, and as Sulaiman pointed out, you can't go live. So yeah, the censorship part of it is absolutely real. Again, I'll just reiterate, none of us are really up here complaining about the monetization. I mean, that is a thing, but the free speech thing, it wasn't just taken from us, it was taken from, all of the hundreds of thousands, collectively millions of people that follow all of these accounts, because they now don't even have the opportunity to say, hey, despite the fact that, not everybody agrees with what I or they or Stu or anyone has to say, I can't go support him. I can't go support him because I am one of the people that does like him. I can't go support him because he doesn't have the ability to have subscribers. So he's basically interfered with business operations for people who, rely on the support of their community in order to remain on the air or be effective or get the message out to the people that actually want to hear it and say, I want to support that. So the right to support us has been taken away from those people. None of this really surprises me. Obviously, our leaders, as I have said here many times, and I use heavy air quotes when I say leader, our leaders are installed and they're selected. We don't pick them, and we have this illusion, this person that we're supposed to cheer for. But at the end of the day, they all have the same boss. And, it doesn't surprise me. We have a president who was paid $100 million to buy an election. We have, BlackRock just gave Elon $6 billion. So at the end of the day, Elon Musk, he's just not the boss. And when his boss says shut it down, he shuts it down. And, there's a common denominator between all of us here. All of us have named the Jew. All of us talk about Jewish supremacy and the stranglehold.
All right, we're on YouTube, so I have to mute this part, chat. But hey, go to the Twitter space. Go to the Twitter space, ninjas, and listen to it. I'll mute this a little bit because we're still on fucking stream on YouTube. And I'm not going to censor him. I'm going to let him say what he wants to say. I'm not going to tell him, hey, bro, I'm on stream. I'm just going to mute it on my end. So, guys, join the space. I'll give you guys the link because I'm not about to censor fucking Stu Peters. Obviously, I'm on YouTube, so I got to be cognizant of that. But I'll drop the Twitter space for you guys so you guys can hear it. There's a Twitter space link. And as I do this, I'm trying to fucking fix my video capture. Fucking Frank came in and distracted me, and I pushed it off the screen. All right, I'll unmute it again.
Characterizes that in order to gaslight everybody who's paying any attention to this kind of censorship at all whatsoever and has an interest in looking up what he's saying about it. But that's just a lie. So in effect, he's taking this money, which I believe my nominal amount was $5 to subscribe, and he's taking your $5 every month and just putting it in his pocket, and he's not giving it to where you want it to go. And so essentially he's stealing not only from me, but he's stealing from all of our subscribers. And that's theft by swindle, it's fraud, it's theft by deception, it's criminal. So at the end of the day, people just have to realize, yeah, we can echo, Dr. Loupis' post, and we can do whatever to make it go viral. And, trying to get the attention of Elon Musk, I guess, if that's the objective, that's fine. But Elon already knows, and, he's skating it, he's skirting it, he's not giving us any reasons or definitive, hey, this is what got your account restricted, essentially neutered and worthless at this point. Not to say that I won't be here because I think it's a great battleground, but obviously, we have to diversify in our means of communication and grow other outlets and channels and platforms and continue to do what we do. But I just wanted to bring that up, is that, the theft angle of all of this is something that's not getting talked about a lot. And, I guess I'm not surprised. And I think that, in some roundabout way, this is serving as, hey, look, we've been warning you about this guy. This guy that wants to put a chip in your brain and control your thoughts and your dreams and predict your future actions and control your memories, what you remember, what you don't remember. He wants to go like Occupy Mars. So it's just not a surprise to me to see this transhumanist, bow down to his paymasters. This is why he got $6 billion, and I'll end it there.
All right,
okay, I'm going to interject real quick because Elon's actively tweeting. So everybody go up to the Nest, find the latest tweet in the Nest. It's my response to Elon. I'd like you to go up there and retweet that tweet and then respond to Elon yourself and ask him and ask him to reinstate or to look at that tweet.
So we just
go
got
up to the Nest.
No, that's fine. Sorry, Sam. Finish what you're saying, then I'll turn it over to Laura.
Yeah. So go up to the Nest. I responded to Elon. He's out there actively tweeting right now. I need you to like and retweet my tweet and then respond to it, asking Elon to read the tweet and respond. Okay, so it's a little complicated. Go up to the Nest, find my tweet that I just responded to Elon with, like it, retweet it, and then respond to my tweet, reply to it, asking Elon to read the tweet and respond to it. Okay, so you guys did real good boosting the original tweet. Now we're going to try to get his attention. He's out there actively tweeting his favorite accounts. So let's get his attention. Like it, Go to my latest tweet up there, like it, retweet it, and reply to it, asking Elon to read my tweet, read that tweet there, and respond to it. Please take a moment to do that now. Like it, like my tweet, retweet it, and reply to it, so we can get Elon's attention.
All right, I'll turn it over to Laura. And I know, guys, again, this might seem redundant or whatever, but this is honestly the only way. It's not comfortable to make change, chat. You know, and guys, like, this is how you get changes. You have to be persistent. So, Laura, go ahead. Thanks for joining the space.
Thanks for having me. So, just an update for all of you. I know I got my blue check back, but just like many of you, I'm still demonetized. And despite reaching out to every single email from X I can think of, from support, verified premium, I haven't received a single correspondence back from a human. I got an automated response from a robot. No explanation, just like what Stu said, no justification whatsoever about like why it was turned off, even though I'm like asking for a specific reason. I showed examples, emailed examples of other people who post.
Chat, I'm going to be closing the Fresh and Fit stream now on YouTube. I'm closing it. We're all going to go to Myron Gaines X. All right? I'm going to close Fresh and Fit on Rumble and Fresh and Fit on YouTube. So I'm going to drop the link right now in there, guys. Pin it for y'all. Come over. I'm going to unmute this so you guys keep hearing Laura, but need to switch now.
Follow or some kind of explanation as to when it's going to come back on, or you know, how it got turned off. I also noticed that a few days ago, X all of a sudden kind of quietly changed their terms of service to update the terms for creators to say that they could just demonetize you without any reason whatsoever. You don't even have to violate the terms of service. They'll just take away your money with no reason. And that's going to be.
And just so you guys know, Fresh is going to stream on Fresh and Fit channel. So Fresh is gonna do a stream on Fresh and Fit and Fresh and Fit on Rumble. So I'm making way for him. He's gonna stream. I think he has a guest. So I am going to end the stream on Fresh and Fit and on Fresh and Fit YouTube and Fresh and Fit Rumble. Okay, guys. So go support Fresh. Go check him out on a Fresh Start and the guest interview. Hell, open up all the tabs and just support. You know, you can pick who you guys want to watch, but open up a tab and at least go support him as well, guys. Please do it on behalf of me. You don't even have to watch it. Just open a tab and support him.
Of an H-1B visa worker. I looked at his LinkedIn. He works for multiple big tech companies out of Silicon Valley. And so this guy murdered a U.S. Border Patrol agent the day that Donald Trump took office, and the day that, you know, Donald Trump was promising mass deportations and talking about immigration. So I don't know how, this is extremely symbolic of the fight that we were, fighting, trying to expose the lies about the visas and how a lot of these people, not all of them, I'm not saying they're all criminals, but many of the people on H-1B visas overstay and are thus here illegally. And unfortunately, Americans have been gaslit and they've been lied to think that just because you get a visa, you're here legally, when the reality is over half of the illegals who are in our country today are here illegally because they came here legally on a visa they overstayed. It doesn't matter if you came here legally on a visa. If you overstay, you're an illegal alien. And Tom Homan even confirmed that today when he was doing an interview on Fox News talking about Matt.
Guys, it's pinned in the chat right now. I don't want to take away from Laura saying it's pinned right now in the chat on the Fresh Fit channels. Fresh Fit YouTube, Fresh Fit Rumble. It's pinned at the top. Click that link and come on over and watch. Okay? I'm going to give you guys the respective links you need. If you're watching on YouTube, I'll give you YouTube link. If you're watching on Rumble, watch on Rumble.
To Elon, I have reached out. I have tried my best to be cordial and respectful to get an answer. But they now officially have a government website. We were told that Doge was not going to be an official government organization, but they now have a .gov website, doge.gov. And yesterday, President Trump, I was there. I witnessed it in person. I'm currently still in D.C. because my flight got canceled because of snow. And Trump said that he was going to issue an executive order to ban any government-sponsored censorship. Thus, Elon Musk is now a government official. He doesn't have to take a salary to be considered a government official. Donald Trump does also not take a salary. He's president of the United States, a federal employee. So by his own executive order, Elon Musk is technically going to be in violation of this executive order when President Trump signs it. And so I love President Trump. I support President Trump, but I also think that we need to be tweeting at President Trump and JD Vance and telling them, hey, you guys said you're going to implement this executive order to stop government-sponsored censorship. Well, you have a member of your own administration who is now not giving us answers about why.
All right, guys, I'm going to switch on over. I'm turning off the FreshandFit streams right now. Come on over, guys, to Myron Gaines X on Rumble or YouTube. Links are pinned in the respective FreshandFit chats. Come on over.
One of the inaugural balls last night, and the number one thing people said to me when they came up to me was, I follow you and I can't see your posts anymore for like the last month. Well, it's officially been a month this week since we spoke about the visas on Christmas. So I don't think that having 100 people come up to me last night in Washington, D.C. from all over the country telling me that is a coincidence. So again, if they want to deny it, they can say, oh, you know, there's no such thing as shadow banning. You're not being shadow banned. You're not being censored. Then prove it to me by having a real human reach out to me and the rest of you and explain why all of us are all of a sudden having reduced visibility, no monetization, depriving our subscribers of the right to be able to subscribe to us, okay? And many of my subscribers also want to know because they have reached out, like yours have as well, inquiring about why they're still being charged when they don't have any answers about whether the subscriptions are going to be turned back on. So these are, you know, just legitimate questions. It's not hostility. It doesn't mean you're anti-Elon. I'm trying to have a cordial, respectful conversation with Elon Musk. I'm not trying to destroy him. I simply want to have a conversation, but nobody will reply. And you would think that with all of our accounts having collectively millions and millions and millions of followers, we generate tons of revenue for X because so many of our collective followers are X premium users, that they would be giving answers. So I'm just hoping that, you know, we can also, like I said, try to respectfully, right? Like I said, respectfully and cordially also tag Team Trump, tag President Trump, tag JD Vance and say, how are you guys going to resolve this issue when you sign your executive order? Because even today, they had a press conference. Big Tech was at the White House talking about expanding AI, and they were asked about the H-1B visas. And President Trump said, I support both sides of the issue. So that means that he supports Elon Musk, and he also supports us as well when we're speaking out. He said that today. You can go listen to the tape yourself. So it may be in our best interest to do that. And I wanted to, before I go, because I have a dinner meeting here in D.C. in a few moments, wanted to show you the story. The media is refusing to talk about the fact that this guy worked for Tech. I had to go look it up, and they've since deleted his LinkedIn page that we screenshotted. H-1B visa worker, overstayed his visa, a German citizen, just murdered, shot a Border Patrol agent in the head, now dead the day of Donald Trump's inauguration. So I want to let other people talk, of course, but I just think that it's like the most vindicated thing to happen. It's terrible that it happened. Obviously, I don't want a Border Patrol agent to be dead. It's tragic, but it's crazy how we were all demonized and told that we were racist. And again, I'm not saying that all H-1B visa holders are bad people. I was accused of being an anti-Indian racist. I was accused of so much bullshit. And you actually have an H-1B visa worker. In this case, he's not even Indian. He's a German citizen who just murdered a U.S. Border Patrol agent the day that Donald Trump got inaugurated. So take it for what you will. I want to let other people talk, but
Laura, yeah, I appreciate it. This is Sam. Before you go, could you do a favor for us? Could you go to Dr. Anna's tweet and quote tweet it to your followers and say, ask your followers to like and retweet it? And then what we'll do is we'll boost your quote tweet.
which one is this? Let me go to her profile.
Yeah, it's the one up in the nest. It's up.
Chat, so I'm going to give you guys the link as well to do this for, we need the OSS to assemble on this one. Okay. Need you ninjas to go ahead and retweet this as well. I'll drop the link in here for you guys. Go ahead and like and retweet this shit right here for me, guys. OSS Assemble, my guys. Boom. Boom. Nah, just repost. Just like the post. You guys you don't gotta retweet it, guys. Just like the post. See, this is the thing, guys. When it comes to like activism and getting shit done, this is the uncomfortable shit that no one wants to do. Right? I don't want to do this shit either. Honestly, this doesn't really affect my bottom line that much. I'm doing this shit on principle. I told y'all already, I don't make no money from doing this. Like, I've been demonetized on X for a minute. I don't go fuck. X is not my main platform, but it's the principle, chat. It's the principle. That's why I'm hosting the space.
It is censorship. You can't just say that, oh, it's, freedom of speech isn't freedom of reach. You're censoring the free will of other American citizens or people around the world, ex-premium users paying to use a service, to decide with their own free will who they would like to support. I mean, like, you're literally acting like Gestapo and saying, hey, you're not allowed to give this person money. So I don't understand how they can say that that's not censorship, especially when they're now talking about launching X payments. So, like, there's subscribers, which is your own free will. That's not X's money. That's a private individual's money. That's not Elon Musk's money. And then there's ad revenue. And they've taken away both from people. So I personally think that regardless of what you say, it doesn't matter if you're a racist or, like, if you're accused of being an anti-Semite, whatever it may be, I think that as long as you're not a pedophile and you're not, like, inciting terrorism or promoting terrorism, you should be able to have an account and you should be able to say what you want to say. And you should be able to be monetized if people want to pay you. I mean, how are you going to tell people how they can and can't spend their money if they're adults, right? So I'm fighting for this. I know a lot of you may not like me because of my views on Israel, and I am a Zionist. I know you don't like that, but I have aggressively been fighting for this, and you may not see my posts because I'm heavily shadow banned right now. But if you go through my account over the last month, every day I have 15 tweets talking about this. I've been really respectfully and cordially trying to have a resolution so that we can come, to some kind of understanding about what is happening with our accounts. So I really hope that everybody ends up getting their blue checks back. I really hope that everybody's able to be monetized again. And
hey, Laura, can I ask you a quick question, Laura? You just were talking about freedom of speech without reach. Can you tell us where that catchphrase came from?
I believe it came from, and again, I don't know who invented this, but the first time I saw it was when Linda Yaccarino was talking about it a while back when she first got brought on with X. And so that was a big controversy because people were like, well, what does that mean?
Laura, Jonathan Greenblatt said it about 6 months before that. And then Sacha Baron Cohen said it in 2019, 3 years before that, at an ADL conference.
Right. Well, no surprise there. So the ADL, of course,
do
is
you not
leading all that.
do you not suspect that the ADL has been involved in most of this censorship?
Oh, I'm sure they have. I mean, look, they were involved in all the censorship with YouTube. Look, the ADL even tried to censor they had a targeted campaign against Comcast when I ran for Congress, if you recall, saying that they didn't want my ads running on TV because even though I'm Jewish, I ran ads criticizing the leftist Jewish opponent that I ran against. So of course the ADL censors. I mean, look, that's undeniable, right? So I wouldn't be surprised. I saw the ADL came to Elon's defense yesterday. That was interesting after the Trump rally. I don't know if you guys saw that tweet, but they were defending him and saying, oh, calm down. It's not a Nazi salute. It's just an awkward hand gesture. So usually the ADL is the one that's very frenzied and up in arms. But hey, I wouldn't take anything off the table. I would not be surprised to find out that the ADL has been pushing for demonetization. But I thought that Elon, I don't know though, because Elon had originally said that he was not taking guidance from the ADL. So again, I hate to speculate, but I've asked every single day for the last month for an answer, and we could all stop speculating and we could all stop promoting these theories if we actually had some answers, but nobody wants to give us any damn answers.
Well, I mean, the ADL is
Laura,
the one thing.
I mean, just quick question, Laura, because you're connected to the Trump administration. I mean, there's one of two reasons why you received your blue check mark back, right? Either it's your connection to Trump and the drama that might cause, or it's obviously because of your position on Israel. One of them two is the reason why. If it's the former, have you reached out to people in the Trump administration in terms of the argument you made is the same one I made, that basically Doge is a governmental organization. President Trump signed executive order.
I'm not trying to hide anything. Look, I obviously do not work for President Trump, but it's no surprise that I know President Trump and I know a lot of the people who work for him. And so, I mean, look, I know for a fact that reporters contacted the Trump administration when I lost my checkmark because they thought it was so absurd that somebody who is now working with President Trump would take away the monetization and the blue check of somebody who literally traveled with the president and, was mentioned by President Trump during multiple events. And so it was pretty shocking because I'm not just any Trump supporter. I mean, it's been heavily publicized, and it's no secret that I'm very closely aligned with Team Trump. And so that's another reason why what Elon did was so egregious, because he says he's supporting President Trump, but then he's attacking one of his most loyal advocates and one of his most loyal surrogates. So I really don't know how I got my check mark back, but I'm grateful I got it back. But I have been, when the media contacts me and they ask me about it, you can go read the Bloomberg reports. You can go read all the reports that the media has published about this. There was an entire CNN segment about this, and they said, wow.
I know some of you guys don't like Laura, but she is a Trump loyalist, and she's there on the ground actually with the Trump people. So what she's got to say is actually very important, chat. She's like on the ground in D.C. right now.
But I do know by the reporters' own admissions in their articles that they contacted them. And I've certainly expressed my frustrations to people in Team Trump about what is happening. And I'm like, hey, you know, like a lot of people who campaigned for President Trump are now finding themselves having their livelihood taken away. And I think it's wrong. So, and I'm not just advocating for myself. I speak about this as a whole. You can see my tweets yesterday. I said today, look, it's day 2 of the Trump administration, and we need to have a conversation about whether this executive order is going to be enforced against members of the Trump administration. So I love President Trump and I support him, but at the same time, promises made are promises kept, and he's going to promise to not have government-sponsored censorship, and he's going to be encouraging today, like saying, oh, I would support Elon Musk purchasing TikTok, then we need to have a conversation about what that's going to look like if Elon purchases TikTok, and what's going to happen if he has X money when he's already shown that X is totally okay with demonetizing people and taking away their blue checks, which prevents them from DMing people, prevents them from replying. I mean, it was so hard for me to do my job. It still is as a journalist, while being suppressed, and also when I didn't have my check mark, because I wasn't even able to upload my streams, my videos, my podcasts. I wasn't able to DM certain people. I couldn't reply to certain people. So I'm trying to utilize my voice and my position to advocate for full free speech absolutism. Again, I don't like a lot of what many of you say. Many of you have attacked me for my views. I really don't give a shit about that, because I personally think that it's more important that we have free speech than, oh man, like someone said something.
I mean, Laura, listen, this is Twitter. It's full contact debate. That's what Twitter is.
Right,
And,
and I don't
in its
have a
purest
problem
form, right?
with it.
So
I've never.
Yeah, so look, again, this is I'm going to end this thing soon, guys, probably like a little bit longer, and I'm going to end this this space. But again, I know some of you guys are like, oh, Laura's talking too much. Look, the point is this, guys. She's the only person that's a Zionist, right, that also is a free speech absolutist. And on top of that, she's actually in D.C. and knows Trump's people. So what she's got to say is extremely relevant to the situation. She's the closest to the Trump administration out of anybody here. So yes, what she's saying has merit, okay? So for you guys, oh, bro, why is she talking? Like, bro, don't be an idiot. Understand that if we want to get the free speech back, we need all hands on fucking deck. All right? So don't worry, we're going to go back to the stream. I'm going to shut this thing down here soon. But her proximity to Donald Trump is extremely important, chat. So she's telling me info I didn't even know about. Like that she met with people in his admin, etc. She's there in Washington, D.C. now.
very minimum, I'm asking everybody listening in the space right now to like and retweet both of those tweets in the nest. Please do it right now.
Yeah.
And then in a moment, Laura's going to quote tweet that one, and we're going to boost that
and
too.
then I have to go because I have a 9 p.m. dinner meeting. But listen, I was going to say, I'm grateful to Elon Musk for helping Trump in the election. And, I'm grateful for what he does to help people in the aftermath of disasters and fires and hurricanes and whatnot. And, I'm grateful that he has so much passion for innovation. I'm not trying to destroy him or, be nasty, but you have to be able to have dialogue and handle criticism if you're going to be the owner of a social media platform. And so it shouldn't matter how offensive some of the things that we say are, as long as we're not inciting violence. And so hopefully Elon can, come to terms with this and agree to uncensor accounts, remonetize people, I've seen a lot of people say, oh, you're just trying to pick a fight with the richest man in the world. No, I'm really just trying to have free speech absolutism and really have a platform where we can truly be citizen journalists and post our content as was promised to us when they first, purchased X and said that it was a home for citizen journalists. So I'm going to have to go in a few moments. But as I said before,
No, that's cool, Laura. Thanks for coming in.
I'll come back on if you guys are still on.
No. I'm going to end this thing soon. I'm going to go to Lucas.
Just let me know, Laura. Go ahead and DM me when you've quote tweeted it, and I'll put it up in the nest, Laura.
I'll do that. But I just think it's really important for people to be respectful because the conversation, look, it obviously got heated. It wasn't nice for Elon to call me a troll. It wasn't nice for him to say that we're subtards or whatever else he said. But I think that if we're respectful and cordial, and I've really been trying hard every single day for the last month, I send a message, I never get a reply. We can all have a cordial conversation and everything can be fine. We're not asking for, him to, I don't think that we're asking for anything unrealistic. It's a shame to see that now they're talking about even expanding his power by potentially allowing him to purchase X or TikTok along with X when people's rights are not even being respected here on X. And I know some people think that monetization isn't free speech, but if it's subscribers, it absolutely is speech because you're then
Laura, I gotta wrap this thing up soon.
Citizens United.
I gotta wrap this thing up.
And this is the last thing I'm going to say. Citizens United, ruled that money is speech. And so if money is speech in the form of political donations, then money is speech in the form of all donations, right? So it is the same thing. You can't say that freedom of reach is not freedom of speech. It actually is. Freedom of speech is freedom of reach because Citizens United has ruled and established as election law in this country that money is speech. And so if you are taking away somebody's ability to make a living or depriving them of their subscriber money, then you are infringing on their speech. So I just wanted to, give you that little pointer there in case you weren't all familiar with this decision in Citizens United. Our government already recognizes in the form of campaign finance rules and campaign finance laws that money is speech.
All right.
I just want to make an important point. First of all, just to be clear, I've never called Laura a filthy Zionist pig, but we have been on the other side of the. We have. I mean, you'll have to find the tweet, but you won't be able to find it. But the thing is, we have been. But the thing is, we have been on the other side of the debate, and both of us agree that neither one of us should be censored. I even brought up that other guy, the Indian guy who you had a debate with, for the interest of free speech, because that's the whole point. We actually are advocates for it. We don't want to censor anyone. And another point I want to make, I do think someone needs to write up a tweet if it is that we're retweeting or sharing tweets, actually talking about the fact that yesterday the President of the United States signed an executive order to say that censorship's not allowed, and Elon is part of the government, and now we have been censored.
That's what I did today. So maybe you're not seeing it because, I am shadow banned.
All right, guys. I've talked about this ad nauseum with the thing with Elon. I don't mean to mute you guys or whatever, but I'm on stream right now. I want to get this thing wrapped up. We've went way over longer than I wanted to. I'm going to turn it to Lucas Gage, and then I'll go to Doc, and then I'm going to close this thing out. So, sorry, I don't mean to be an asshole, but I got to make a definitive stance on this. People have been yapping too much. No offense. So, Lucas, go ahead. Say what you got to say. We'll go to Dr. Loupis, and then we'll close this thing out.
Okay, bye, everybody.
Bye, Laura.
Thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
No worries. Enjoy the dinner. Go ahead, Lucas.
Thank you.
You're on.
While we're waiting for Lucas, everybody like and retweet both tweets in the nest. And if you've already done that, quote tweet them. Quote tweet Dr. Loupis' tweets in the nest. Quote tweet it. Quote tweet it and tag Elon and ask him to read that tweet. So this is your final assignment. After you've liked and retweeted Dr. Loupis' tweet, you're going to quote tweet it. You're going to tag Elon. Make sure you don't start your tweet with the @ okay? Because it'll get deboosted. So say, Dear @Elon. Dear @Elon. Please read the tweet below and reinstate the accounts. Something to that effect. So you're going to like it, retweet it, and then you're going to quote tweet it. That's the last thing you're going to do. You're going to quote tweet Dr. Loupis' tweet. I'd like everybody to do that right now, please, while we listen to Lucas and we get wrapped up.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, you guys know the story with me. I got suspended twice. The first time 3 months over nonsense. The second time for even more retarded nonsense for 6 months. And, while I was suspended, here's the weird part. I was able to speak through my phone and do spaces, which I think people were able to do all the time. You're just unable to tweet. A few people with funny hats decided to get upset, tag Elon Musk. Next thing you know, I lost my spaces and my live stream capabilities without any explanation while I was already locked out for those months. And here's the thing, I agree with what Sulaiman said, what everyone else said. It's that not only our speech is being limited, but even our subscribers and our people who are following us. And look, we have less free speech than a prisoner does, and someone on death row. And I'm going to explain why. Because people on death row can appeal. We can't even appeal. There's no way for me to say, hey, can you turn back my stuff? Can you turn it back on, please? There's no way. There's no support. There's nothing. You have to literally tag Elon Musk and maybe he'll help you. And he never does, not with us, right? Because I remember when I first got suspended or blocked out, Sulaiman was able to get a hold of Elon. I'll never forget that, Sulaiman. Don't worry. And so Sulaiman spoke to him and he said, well, Gage did this. And I didn't. I didn't call for violence. Same thing happened again for 6 months. This time, 1984 got a hold of him after blasting Elon over and over again. And he goes, well, Gage, again, he did violence, which I didn't. But the point is, there's no recourse. This is the worst part of it all, right? As Laura said, and everyone else has tried to get a hold. I mean, Myron, you lost 2 yellow check marks. That's a lot of money with no explanation. So we are just, look, this isn't Jack Dorsey's Twitter where everything's free and they can do whatever the hell they want. Elon is selling a product. I don't know how this isn't fucking fraud or false advertising or something, because now he has paying customers. And as Stu said and others have said, their subscribers are still paying for a product they're not getting. And so again, we all know the ad revenue, they can complain about companies don't want to give you anything. But when someone wants to pay you for a service, person-to-person transaction, they're getting involved, they're taking away their free speech. We all know that as well. So for me, I was watching for 6 months as this platform got worse and worse and worse. And I'm not excited to be back. I'm here. I made a new account because my other one won't get it, the blue check mark back. Whatever. Who knows? They're already trying to attack this one. But we're here together. A lot of us stuck through October 7th together. We have this network. And the reason why we're able to even say this is because we've stuck together and have this network. There's been people who've DM'd me, say, bro, I had 50,000 people got nuked. No one even knows who they are. And that's it. They're gone. So we're lucky that we have this connections with each other and we're able to help each other do this. But there's a lot of people who've been getting wiped out. No one even knows who they are whatsoever. So it's very important that all of us here today, what Sam tells you to like and retweet, to do it, because we need to get Elon's attention now. Will he do something? I don't know, but we can't not try, because look, there is no recourse now whatsoever. I mean, you go to Help Center, there's nothing about my functions don't work, something's wrong, none of that crap. So, I mean, like I said, this platform has just gotten worse and worse and worse, probably because Elon got that 6 billion from BlackRock and so on. I don't want to yap too much, but this is not the platform that I remember a year ago, which was awesome. We were able to destroy Zionist narratives October 7th and so on, but it's just getting more and more worse. And it's not even about us, guys. Like Myron said, this is about all of you, because if they can knock out Loupis, 1.5 million people, right? Blue check gone. Sam is deboosted like 98%. I don't even know what they put on his account. It doesn't even make any sense. Dr. Loupis got hit the same thing just recently. She gets 8,000 views with a million people follow. What? And no explanation. Where's the transparency? Where's the whole, we'll let you know how to stop it, and all you got to do, delete things. There's nothing. And these are paying customers. This is not Jack Dorsey's Twitter. You can't just abuse paying customers. If I go to a restaurant and they don't give me the food I order, that's like what? Theft? That's something, right? How is there no legal recourse? Something's got to happen. So maybe it will happen. Maybe Dr. Loupis might do something. But, look at Nick, for example. Nick was doxxed. I was doxxed. Nick almost got assassinated because his freaking address was seen by 16 million people. I was harassed for literally months on end. All the people bragging what they did to my family on X, coordinating on X, doing everything on X, and they're still doing it. And they're still saying things on X. Like, what's going on here? So we have someone already almost killed, a family harassed for 6 months straight, people getting suspended and banned for free speech. It's nonsense. There's only Z speech, right? Because if you're a Zionist, you'll get your blue check mark back. You can say kill everyone, flatten everything. And we're just saying, stop the genocide, and we're Nazis. So anyway, I don't want to complain too much, but again, folks, It's not about the money at all. It's about the principle, as Myron said, and it's about getting our reach back, to reach the people who want to hear this. It's about your freedom of speech that's also being taken from you as people who want to hear what we're trying to say and the truth we're putting out there. So this is really important, folks. It's not, I don't care about, I got demonetized so long ago, I don't even remember when it was, but it's about the principle. And standing on this is very important. We have to work together to do it. So make sure you do what Sam was saying earlier, and I yield back my time.
All right, I'll go to.
Myron, I know you're trying to keep it tight, but we got Dr. Loupis up here. I'd like to give her just a moment if we could.
I'm gonna go to her, and then I'm gonna close this thing out because I've been on for an hour.
Right.
I promised I was gonna do this thing in less than an hour. So go ahead, Doc. Try to keep it succinct if you can, and we'll close that after you.
Yeah, hi. I just want to say we're setting up a second space because we're not done at all. We have some important things we have to discuss, and I have a lot of people who wants to speak also. So I think Sulaiman is setting up another space, right?
Yeah, that's right, Myron. I messaged you as well.
So
yeah,
we will just, because Myron has to go, so we will just go straight to the other space and continue, and people can get to speak. And I have a few things that I want to go through. So if everybody goes to the new space now.
Okay, yeah. And before you do that, everybody, there's 4 tweets in the nest. Please like and retweet all 4 of them. If you could. Again, we're trying to be strategic. Use the power. There's 2,500 people in here.
I just shared my stats from the past month, and I
Right.
want to go through it with you because it's quite extreme, and that's what I want to talk about in the next space. So
and you're suing and fundraising. That's up in the nest for everybody
there's a lot
too.
of things going on
Yep.
because it's so extreme what's going on now, and it's not about our 7 accounts. It's about everybody's right to free speech. So it's not about if they like us or our opinions or anything. It's about everybody's right to speak freely, like Elon promised us. And it's extreme what's going on. It's a complete new form of censorship because they're no longer suspending big influencers. Now they're just destroying the accounts completely, and it has nothing to do with premium or the check marks. And that's what I want to go through with you from my own stats from the past month. So to try to explain to people what's really going on here, because it's very, very complicated, and it's a whole new form of censorship. Because that way Elon can say, oh, they are still here. I didn't suspend them. I believe in free speech, but you know, it's as good as dead. If he takes 1 percentage more from my reach, I have 0 reach, and then that's as good as being completely suspended. So if we go to the second space and everybody,
I've put the tweet in the nest. It's the one on the left-hand side of the new space. So once Myron
I'll
locks up,
repost it
everyone
right
can go
now.
there.
Yeah,
I'll literally
because
repost it right
Myron
now.
has to go.
Yeah, I'll repost it right now. I'm gonna tell everybody to continue on with the space, to go there. Part 2 space coming. Join up. I'll put that out there for you guys. So I'll end this one right now, guys, and then you guys obviously there's almost 3,000 you guys in here. Please go to that other space. Hell, I might even join in and just mute myself and mute the tab just so I'm in there to show support. So I'll do that as well just to show some love. I'm going to be streaming and stuff, but that way people that are on X can see me in that space. They can join in. So I'm going to end this one right now. Love y'all, ninjas. Hopefully some of this gets through to Elon, man. I've been retweeting the stuff that you guys put up in the nest. I mean, hell, I even put up in the nest the screenshot where he says that, it's the bedrock of democracy. So, yeah, man. Anyway, love you guys. I'll join up in this space in a little bit, and I'll just mute myself and sit in there. Later, guys. Go follow some of my guys. Go follow them. Go check out that space. Everybody's going to be in here. That's going to be the part 2, guys. Okay. So that is done. We'll get back to business here, right? Now, look, before I get back to business here, let me be explicit about this, okay, guys? All right? If you want to make real change, you have to be able to deal with real discomfort. One more time. If you want real change, then you need real discomfort. Okay? You need to do things that you don't want to do when you don't feel like doing it even when it doesn't benefit you for the greater good. I made this space because I wanted to bring awareness, I wanted to unite the people, and I wanted to have a very serious discussion on a very serious topic. I got no fucking, I got nothing to gain from this shit. You guys already know. I built my platforms on YouTube and Rumble. I've been on X for a year. I use it a lot now because it's fun. It's a way to reach a whole new audience. Keeps me politically engaged. But I don't need it. If I lost it tomorrow, it wouldn't really affect things that much, to be honest with y'all. It really wouldn't. Okay? So, but as someone who truly believes in free speech and someone who has polarizing views alongside some other people, I cannot stand by and do nothing. If you stand for nothing, you will fall for anything. I know some people in the fucking chat were bitching, crying like little fucking girls. Laura Loomer's talking. This isn't about Laura Loomer. This isn't about Zionism. This isn't about whether you like her or not. There's a way bigger fucking problem here. And she is the closest person to the Trump administration. Sulaiman's not even American. Who cares? He was utilizing an app that's pushed by an American, and he has a huge audience in the Muslim world and in the UK. I don't like Sam Parker. Who gives a shit? He's run for office, and he's a very smart, intelligent guy. Dr. Loupis. She's a doctor. And I think she's from Denmark. Over 1 million followers. Huge supporter of Palestine. Stu Peters is crazy. Yes. That's why he's so popular. He says what other people don't want to say. Do you guys see where I'm going with this? You don't have to like, watch, or even respect some of these people. That's fine. That's fine. But in order for us to make change, we have to do things that we don't like sometimes. Now, what I could have done was just turn the fucking stream off and done the space and not streamed it. I actually thought about doing that. But I say, you know what, fuck it. I'll give you guys the insight into what I'm doing. We'll do this space, knock it out for an hour, and then whatever. But I got people fucking crying in the chat. So, I mean, if you want to go ahead and hate on people that are fighting for free speech, fine. So, yeah. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back to the, and this is not for the Castle Club niggas. Castle Club guys, you guys are, I fucking love y'all. You guys were actually mad that I was muting the thing the whole time to address the bitching in some of these chats. So shout out to my Castle Club guys. That's why I love y'all niggas. Because you guys fucking get it. The hardcore supporters, you guys fucking get how important a space like that is. These other niggas just want to be entertained. So, like I said, it's a quick little commercial break, right? So let's get back to it over here with this January 6th stuff.
You know, all the others, Zuckerberg, front and center in the rotunda, right next to, across the aisle from former presidents, and what message it actually sends to you.
So I think there was a double message. I think one message is pay to play. You know, you want to be Donald Trump's friend? Write a check, buy some Bitcoin, whatever.
That's with all politicians. That's not just Donald Trump. That's with all politicians. And I would argue Donald Trump is probably the least one. Donald Trump is the only president, fun little fact for you guys, Donald Trump's the only president that left office poorer than when he went in. Every other politician goes in making a median salary and comes out a multimillionaire. How is that? When they all make like, a congressman makes like 170, 180K a year. How is that you're worth like 100K and then 3-4 years later you come out as a multimillionaire? How is that? I know. Like that definitely raises some questions. Trump is the only sitting president that has lowered his net worth from being in office.
But I think the second message is really who this government is going to work for. Front and center right there. It's going to work for the billionaires. Oh yeah, Donald Trump made a lot of promises while he was running, and he said he was really going to help out American families. And American families have a lot to complain about on how expensive life has become, on how challenging it has become. But he gave that whole speech today. And boy, he wanted to talk about renaming the Gulf of Mexico. He wanted to talk about taking back the Panama Canal. But where was the discussion of housing prices? Where did he really talk about what he wants to do on healthcare? Where was even something about the junk fees that people have to live with and the way they're fleeced by giant financial companies? None of that. So flood the zone with everything else, but the very heart of what the American voter told us they wanted, and that is someone who would fight for them and fight for their economic security, just wasn't there.
When he first came to the White House, 2016, there was a lot of questions about, okay, he's going to hand over his businesses to his sons, whatever.
Yep.
Now he released a meme coin the day before, yesterday. His wife, the First Lady, released one, I guess, this morning, today. Obviously, there's questions about the crypto industry, which the government will have a role in deciding the regulation of it. Is this a complete conflict of interest?
Of course it is. But look, we used to talk about transparency, how we wanted transparency in government on the notion that if it was out in public, if there was sunshine on it, then our elected officials would behave appropriately, government would behave appropriately. This is transparent corruption. It's just right out there for everybody to see. You want to influence? Donald Trump helped make him richer. You want to influence?
That's all politicians, though, man. That's literally all politicians. Like I said before, he's the only president that's become poor from being in office. Read some quick chat. Suda Masuda says, I never donate to anyone. My second donation in nearly 6 or 8 years. LMAO. Thanks, bro. I appreciate that. G Mario, Mike Beats, Isaac Buford, Julio Don, Kevin Mayo have been subscribed to the channel. Welcome, guys. Mar, don't burn yourself out with these soul streams. Oh, read that one before. Jerry Hogan's, WMR, can't wait for the space. Thank you. Nita, $10. Thank you. Howdy, my name is Bill. That's from Single. Libby, $10. Cordula, $10. Sally says, do not fear a man that spams 1,000 memes. Instead, fear a man that spams a meme 1,000 times. Wise words. Dude Otis, Jay Skipper, John Boudreaux, the Soccer Thug, all subscribe to the channel. Welcome. Myron, are you familiar with the war in Sudan right now? You believe Trump will intervene and bring it to an end? Probably not, because Sudan doesn't have direct geopolitical implications on the United States. I've talked about the Sudan Civil War multiple times. So, oh, wow. Trump did pardon Ross Ulbricht, it looks like, chat. He did pardon him. TimCast talking about it right now. I'm going to make a quick little deviation real quick from regular scheduled programming.
In Poland, I talked with Vivek Ramaswamy a couple of years ago, and we were trying to figure out how you bring responsibility to the vote. That you must have some civic responsibility. And one of the ideas that we floated,
they've been on for what, like an hour? Yeah, they normally.
I don't think Vivek is for this idea now, but he floated the idea: you must sign up for selective service to get your voter card, men and women. It doesn't mean you'll be drafted. It mean, and we haven't used the draft in 50, 60 years. It means that you are willing to be in order to vote.
Guys, also, do me a solid. Open up a YouTube tab, watch the show on YouTube, and like the video. Let's get up to like 2,000 live viewers on YouTube, guys, if you don't mind. Castle Club, guys, I want to see us go up by like 100-something. That would really help me out. Like the video, guys. Subscribe to the channel on YouTube. YouTube is how we're going to grow, guys, and build that audience and bring them over to Rumble. So open up a tab and watch it on YouTube, like the video. You can mute it. You don't got to actually watch it there. Just let's get more live viewers, please. And like the video.
In favor of something like that, I'm curious what you think.
One of my favorite science fiction authors, Robert Heinlein, proposed that. Yeah. That you had to have that kind of stake.
Glad that he has Thomas Massey in the house.
In it. But he also had another
guaranteed citizenship.
Yeah,
he's
he had another proposal, which was
one of the few politicians
if you could
that
solve
didn't
a
take money from
quadratic
AIPAC.
equation inside of the voting booth, your vote mattered. And then he said, we'll put a twist on this. If you fail to solve the equation after entering the voting booth, you never leave the voting booth. You disappear. If you
just the floor opens up and you go into the.
And he said under this scenario, you would have informed, educated 12-year-old girls who could vote. And then you would have adults, their parents who couldn't.
Right,
Just
but
throwing it out
solving a
there.
quadratic equation doesn't confer understanding of global affairs, you know. But I'm curious, in Poland, how does it work?
Well, we never had this kind of problems because we are 40 million people now. Most of us had to flee our country during the communism. And you have to remember that when we gained back our independence in 1918, we had the communists after World War II for 70 years occupying our country. So many people had to leave Poland, fled to US.
Again, guys, I'm not using Rumble Studio, so it's going to be a lot harder for me to read Rumble rants and Castle Club chats. Donate on Myron Gaines X for tonight's stream chat. Donate on Myron Gaines X in the thing. Here's the link. I'm going to pin it in the Rumble chat here in a second as well. I've seen a couple of you guys come over watch on YouTube. Do me that favor. Let's get that YouTube up to like 1,500 to 2,000 live viewers. Let's get the likes up to well over 1,000. And we'll keep cooking.
Seeking for help because communists basically killed a lot of Polish people. So in 1989, we had partially free elections. And I would say that the real major democracy would start about, I would say, 2005, because like 2001, post-communist won, using obviously their money from Russia and using their influence. So in 2005, that was the first government after communism in Poland, conservative government. So, you know, we never experienced this time because Poland was occupied. And that is the difference between you and I.
Because that was the best they could do for some kind of dessert.
And the cheapest.
All right, so they probably covered it earlier in the show, but let me look this up. So this must be breaking news. Yeah, literally within the last hour. All right, breaking news, chat. I didn't foresee this one coming.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We do have some breaking news. The theme of the last 2 days seems to be pardons and commutations.
Which, again, for you guys that are unaware, most presidents pardon on their way out. Very rarely do presidents pardon on their way in. So this is a huge statement by Trump from a political standpoint. Pardoning people on your way in is unheard of.
And mercy. Well, now we're hearing from President Donald Trump issuing yet another pardon for Silk Road founder Ross Ulbricht here. I want to put this up, the Trump War Room, with the screen grab of the Truth Social post. President Trump saying this: I just called the mother of Ross William Ulbricht, he says Albright there, to let her know that in honor of her and the libertarian movement, which supported me so strongly.
Yeah, that's crazy that he got 2 life sentences plus 40 years.
It was my pleasure to have just signed a full and unconditional pardon of her son, Ross. The scum that worked to convict him were some of the same lunatics who were involved in the modern-day weaponization of government against me. He was given...
Yeah, he'll probably pardon Julian Assange next, honestly, chat.
2 life sentences plus 40 years. Ridiculous. So, if you're not familiar with the case of Ross Ulbricht, let's remind you and get you up to speed. Now, remember, Trump made good on this campaign pledge to end the imprisonment of Ulbricht. Ulbricht is 40 years old. It began with his arrest in 2013.
Yeah, so he's been in jail for like 12 years now.
In what became a landmark U.S. prosecution, launched only a few years after the emergence.
I told you guys this before, didn't I? It was a landmark prosecution because this is the first time that like these websites, these dark sites, were being investigated and prosecuted by the federal government.
Of cryptocurrency. So reading.
Yeah, and this is back when cryptocurrency was like just getting on the map. Crypto's been around since like 2008, 2009, but it really started to hit the fucking front line when this case broke.
From the piece just put up there in
crypto, just so you guys know, prior to it becoming like, you know, really big after the pandemic, like if you had cryptocurrency, people thought you were a criminal. FY. Cryptocurrency used to be like the scammer thing to do. He's like, use crypto on the dark net. But now it's like mainstream. Having crypto is like a very viable option financially. But 10 years ago, bro, like if you have cryptocurrency, people will look at you like, bro, what the fuck? Like, do you buy drugs on the internet or something? Like, what do you want? So it's amazing how like the tide has shifted in just, 10 short years where cryptocurrency is like a household thing. Bitcoin is a household thing. Established and refined investors are investing in cryptocurrency. It used to be if you said, oh, I got cryptocurrency, people would look at you sideways.
Reuters, he was serving a life sentence after being convicted of running an underground online marketplace that was used by thousands of drug dealers and others to conduct over $200 million worth of illicit sales using Bitcoin.
Also, child porn and guns as well were being sold on the website.
So his arrest.
I broke down the Ross Ulbricht case, by the way. It's on this channel, guys. You literally go.
Brought to an end what prosecutors described as a global black market bazaar that for 2 years, starting in 2011, had been used by more than 100,000 people to buy and sell $214 million worth of illegal drugs and other illicit services. Prosecutors said Ulbricht ran Silk Road under the alias called Dread Pirate Roberts. That was a reference to a character in the 1987 movie The Princess Bride. And prosecutors said he took extreme steps to protect the marketplace's operation. Those steps, prosecutors said, included soliciting the murders of several people who posed a threat, though they also said no evidence exists that any murders were actually carried out. So a federal jury in Manhattan back in February 2015, now almost a decade ago, found him guilty of charges including distributing drugs through the internet.
Boom, I covered this like almost a year ago. Here it is right here, chat. Fed reacts. Fed explains Ross Ulbricht, I did this shit. God damn, I did it a minute ago. November 26, 2023. So here it is. I'll drop the link in the thing for you guys. Cue it up in your thing. I actually talk about the entire case here. Covered on Fed reacts. Save it in your pinned. How many of you guys, just a show of hands, give me ones in the chat if you did not know that I did this on Fed Reacts. Give me ones in the chat if you did not know or did not see this video on Fed Reacts. Give me ones if you did not know or you did not see it. I want to gauge again and see how bad YouTube has me shadow banned. Give me ones if you did not know or you did not see this. Wow. Okay. Holy shit. All right. Chat, I'm gonna start when I mention a video that I've done in the past, I'm gonna just start like pulling it up for y'all so you guys can like have it. Wow, that's crazy, bro. How shadow banned I am. All right. All right. I will, from now on, when I'm doing these streams, if I cover something, I'll just give y'all the video while I'm on air. That's crazy, bro. The Border Patrol episode, this shit.
And conspiring to commit computer hacking and money laundering. Now, when Trump was candidate Trump last summer, he was invited and addressed and spoke to the Libertarian Political Convention there in Washington, D.C., and he vowed to pardon Ross Ulbricht on day one of his administration if he were elected. Of course, this is day two, and he is following up on that campaign promise. I think it's interesting. I want you to hear the crowd.
Hey, promises made or promises being kept.
Crowd's reaction when Trump made that campaign promise, speaking to so many libertarians. Let's listen.
And if you vote for me on day one, I will commute the sentence of Ross Ulbricht to a sentence of time served.
Oh, shit. Yeah, the libertarians love him.
All right, so you see there many libertarians in the audience.
He also said I'll get rid of Gary Gensler at the fucking Bitcoin conference. If I'm not mistaken. They went crazy for that shit too. Hey, he's making good on it, man. Gary Gensler's gone. Ross Ulbricht is free. He pardoned the J6ers. Like all in all, man, this has been a W2 for 48 hours for Trump, bro.
With free Ross signs roaring into applause and shouting and hollering there after Trump made that campaign promise.
All right, so Ross Ulbricht is free. That is good. Let's get back to CNN freaking out.
It's Melania Trump to influence Donald Trump, make her richer. You know, you no longer have to sign up at the Trump Hotel. You just actually come in and make a purchase right online. That is a corruption that runs so deep and runs to the heart of not just Donald Trump, but the entire administration. That, combined with all those billionaires lined up in the front row, just tells you this is an administration determined to make.
All right. Let's see here. Let's cover Israel-Hamas. So let's listen to the IDF version of events first. This actually comes from the IDF, their official YouTube channel.
At 8:30 a.m. yesterday, the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas was supposed to go into effect. This was dependent on Hamas providing the names of the 3 hostages by 4 p.m. the day before. Hamas did not uphold their end of the agreement as of Sunday morning, and therefore the ceasefire agreement was delayed. After Hamas complied, the agreement came into effect. During this deal, Israeli hostages who have been held in brutal conditions for over 471 days are supposed to return back to Israel. Those who are alive will be reunited with their families, and those whose bodies were taken into Gaza or who were killed in captivity will be returned for proper burial in Israel. Since the bloody massacre of October 7th, we've been operating to dismantle Hamas and to recover our hostages, some in military operations like Oron Shaul, whose body was recovered briefly before the ceasefire came into effect, and some via agreements like Romi, Emily, and Doron. Make no mistake, if Hamas does not hold up their end of the deal, we have the right to continue to respond to the threat Hamas poses inside Gaza. The IDF will remain vigilant on all fronts at all times in order to protect our civilians.
So this comes straight from them, and you know, and in the effort to be neutral here, I'm showing you guys both perspectives. So we're gonna watch a couple of IDF videos here. They're all really short, but in the name of being impartial, I'm showing you guys the Israeli government's stuff, and I'll show you the other side. Looks like they have a non-fucking audio. Oh my God, these niggas don't even use audio? That's how you can tell it's a government, bro. The niggas' quality is trash.
Since the October 7th massacre, our mission...
Okay, this IDF spot regarding the return of Emily, Duran, and Romi
has been clear.
This came out 2 days ago when the hostages were released.
Bring home all the hostages held by Hamas in Gaza. Today, as part of these ongoing efforts.
Someone asked in the chat, why the IDF propaganda? Because I'm going to show you the other side, bro. That's why. I'm showing you the Israeli military. You call it propaganda if you want, fine. But I'm trying to stay impartial here and show you guys both sides. That's why I'm doing that.
We welcomed home 3 hostages, 3 young women, after 471 days in Hamas captivity. Let me tell you about these 3 young women. Romi Gonen, who turned 24 in captivity. Romi was dancing with friends at the Nova Music Festival when Hamas terrorists invaded and attacked the festival, massacring and abducting young people from around the world who were celebrating peace, love, and unity. Emily Damari, who turned 28 in captivity. Emily, a dual Israeli and British citizen, was abducted by Hamas from her quiet home in Kibbutz Kfar Aza. Terrorists shot and killed her dog and dragged her into Gaza. And Doron Steinbacher, who turned 31 in captivity. Doron, a veterinary nurse who brutally abducted from her home in Kibbutz Kfar Aza, was still in her pajamas. We cannot imagine the horrors these 3 young women have endured in 50 months of Hamas captivity. Today, we salute and embrace them and their families as they reunite after so long. We must also remember the brave soldiers who risked their lives and those who paid the ultimate price to ensure that this moment of the hostages coming back home was possible. We cannot and will not forget the 94 hostages, including women, children, and elderly, remain in Hamas' brutal captivity. Our mission is not over until every single hostage comes home.
Yeah, so their main objectives when they embarked in this war was to get rid of Hamas and return the hostages home. So far, I think over half the hostages are still in captivity, and Hamas is still around. And we're going to see that here in this video.
Welcome to the program. Israel has freed 90 Palestinian prisoners as part of its ceasefire deal with Hamas. Early on Monday morning, several buses carrying the detainees left the gates of Israel's Ofer prison just outside the West Bank city of Ramallah. Hundreds of people gathered to celebrate the release, with several climbing on the top of one of the buses. The freed prisoners are said to be women and teenage boys from the West Bank and Jerusalem.
Yeah, so they got a pretty crazy deal. Like, literally hundreds of Palestinians are going to be released as a part of this deal.
They're the first of 1,900 Palestinians Israel is set to release in exchange for
1,900.
For 33 Israeli
33 Israelis for 900 plus. Or, sorry, was it? Hold on.
They're the first of 1,900 Palestinians.
1,900 for 33. But that just goes to show you guys how many prisoners Israel has compared to prisoners Hamas has. Not just find their access, but that's why October 7th happened, so they can have political leverage to get their people back.
Israel is set to release in exchange for 33 Israeli hostages in phase 1 of the deal.
You know, I think it's very important to understand why people do the things that they do. And the reason why Hamas invaded and did what they did was to garner the political leverage they need to bring their people home. Are there some Hamas fighters that wanted to kill Israelis? Sure. I'm sure there are. Sure there are. But the overall objective was to kidnap as many Israeli hostages as possible to negotiate their release in exchange for Palestinian prisoners.
And Dr. Hassan Jabarin is with the Legal Center for Arab Minority Rights in Haifa, Israel. He told us more about the Palestinian prisoners that Israel has approved for release.
In the end, based on this deal, in the end, 2,000 persons will be released, and half of them were arrested after the war. So many of the group, they are not heavy political.
Okay, this guy has a fucking strong accent. I'll lower the speed.
Prisoners. Generally, there is satisfaction feeling from the Palestinian side, mainly now.
Don't worry, chat. I'm putting subtitles for y'all niggas. Rewind this a little bit. I can understand it, but I know some of you guys might not be familiar with a Middle Eastern accent, an Arab accent, with when they speak English. I can understand it, but I know some of y'all might not be able to. So I got captured on the screen for you niggas.
Political prisoners. Generally, there is satisfaction feeling from the Palestinian side, mainly now because the ceasefire, mainly now because the war is stopped, mainly because you stop the killing, even more than the release of the prisoners themselves. Yes, of course, the families of each prisoner will be happy, but the general feeling of the Palestinian, not because the content of the deal, but because the ceasefire. Now people can know that today you are not going to be killed, and you are not under risk to be killed, not you and not your family.
Earlier, the first Israeli hostages were freed by Hamas militants as part of the deal. 3 women held captive for 471 days were finally brought back home to Israel alive. For other families, the wait continued.
Now, I know that there's a bunch of people that said, oh, yeah, they were raping the prisoners, all this other stuff. I mean, that's been pretty fairly demonstrably false.
The first Israeli
because a lot of the hostages that were released, because remember, guys, this isn't the first ceasefire deal. They've done multiple. The first one, when the first set of prisoners were released, the women even admitted when they went back and did interviews with Israeli media that they were never raped. One woman said, oh, he was undressing me with his eyes. But when they asked her, did he actually physically assault you? She said no. So, I mean, and she would be incentivized to lie. So she couldn't even say that she was raped when she was being held in captivity, because the Hamas understands that keeping these Israelis alive is paramount to them being able to have the political levers that they want. So killing them and torturing them isn't really conducive to their bottom line. If we're just going to be very pragmatic here and move with feelings. So, yeah, I know. I know some of you guys saying, I rape, what the fuck? Yeah, she literally said on an Israeli interview, I can find it if y'all want, if you guys really care, but like she literally said that, they asked her, were you sexually assaulted? She said no, but I can feel him undressing me with his eyes. And this is one of the women that, you know, fuck it. I gotta show y'all niggas that, bro, there's no cap in my raps. All right, so they're showing the most recent ones. We need 2024. This was last year. Oh my God. We got to sift through a chat. We got to sift through it, man. Holy, this shit's been all over. God damn. This ceasefire is dominating. The most recent one is dominating the fucking thing. I can't even find it, bro. I'm gonna have to Google this bitch. Because YouTube ain't it. Try 2023 maybe. They'll push the clock back. Bruh. All right, let me Google this shit because...
Dramatic scenes surrounded the release of the first Israeli hostages to be freed under the ceasefire deal. Hamas militants made a strong show of force as they handed over the 3 women.
Now, obviously, this is very important, right? The thing is, hold on, during Israel, okay. All right, so here's the Wikipedia page on it. Look, this has been a thing forever, guys, is doing these exchanges. That's why they keep, like, they do these invasions to kidnap Israelis for this purpose. So Hamas released hostages 2023. So on November 24th, 2023, the Israeli government confirmed that 13 Israeli hostages were released. The Prime Minister of Thailand confirmed on social media that 12 Thai hostages were released from Gaza. So handling of hostages, hostage conditions. Interesting. So they're saying female hostages testified that they were being sexually assaulted and tortured by Hamas members who captured them. According to Hostage and Missing Families Forum, female hostages were held in cages. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, this is Wikipedia. See, you got to look at the sources sometimes. All right, who are the names? Who are the names? Okay, who's it? This comes from the New York Times. Bruh, do we not know her name? January 15, 2025. Interesting. All right, hold on. Amit Susanna. All right, let's Google this shit. Oh, that's the fucking... Because there was another one
before your Rocky Mountain adventure
that said she wasn't assaulted. It said she felt that they were like graping her with their eyes.
Sometimes you quickly prepare for a new operation.
And look, guys, grape is a part of war. It's a psychological warfare, which is a big reason why I tell y'all all the time. I'm not denying that it happened. I'm saying this is why women shouldn't be in combat.
Sitting in a roof and sniper shooting. This place is dangerous everywhere where you go.
So most of the people don't have phones in here. Some of the commanders do. But in general, between newspapers, playing cards, lots of backgammon and chess that people are playing and just talking, kind of going back to the things that we used to do. And that's why, the people with whom you serve here usually end up becoming your family for life, because you don't have the other distractions around you. And what you're going through with them, the way you process that, the way you speak all the time, it really builds special relationships for your entire life. There's also...
I can say that if you've ever played on a sports team or been in the military, you'll understand this shit. So people say dumb shit like, oh, you're gay. Show all those pictures of you, bro. A lot of these niggas that say this shit have never had a bond with brothers in arms.
Just a lot of boredom. As much as we try to have a routine, it's kind of the opposite of routine. Sometimes your morning starts at 2 in the morning. Sometimes it'll start at 9 in the morning, depending what your job is, depending where you are in the rotation. So you sleep at kind of abnormal hours in definitely what are considered abnormal conditions. And within that, you try and build some sense of normalcy.
Ready? Let's go in. Go ahead.
All right, hold on one sec, man. All right, this is something else. November 30th, 2023. All right. Okay. So 105 hostages were released in 2023. Bro, fuck the New York Times, man. This must have been from the other day. Yeah, the fucking thing is the algorithm right now is dominated by the most recent one, so it's really hard to find the shit that happened in 2023. Yeah. But yeah, I'll find the video for you guys. I don't want to make this a fucking crusade to find this and distract from what we were watching. We'll focus on this shit, and I'll go back and I'll find it for y'all ninjas.
Who had spent more than 15 months in captivity. Doron.
Yeah, I think Fresh is live right now. So definitely, guys, feel free to open up a tab and support him as well on the FreshFit channel. Marion Gaines, check Al Jazeera. Yo, can one of you guys find me the link on Rumble or Castle Club? again, I'm showing you guys both media. I'm showing you guys Israeli media. I'm showing you guys Arab media. I'm showing y'all both.
Ron Steinbrecher, Emily Damari, and Romy Gonen were then rushed back to Israel, first to military personnel, and then to be reunited with their loved ones.
Yes.
Live updates of the release played out for jubilant crowds in Tel Aviv.
We've been waiting for a very long time. I just hope she's okay.
Gaza's emergency responders were among the first to celebrate the pause in fighting. Finally able to move.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. Going back to the Hamas show.
Show of force.
Families, the wait continues.
So this is important. I wanted to note this.
Dramatic scene.
So out of full transparency, I did see this video before reacting to it with you guys, and I made a mental note in my head when I was watching this to pause it in this area and talk to you guys about this. So
surrounded the release of the first Israeli hostages to be freed under the ceasefire deal.
Now this is very important for Hamas, and you'll see why.
Hamas militants made a strong show of force as they handed over the 3 women who had spent more than 15 months in captivity.
Now, why did they do this? So, we all know that the running story, honestly, has been that Hamas is decimated, a lot of the battalions have been destroyed, they're losing the war, etc., which is all fairly true, okay? Israel has completely decimated Gaza. We have unknown, unprecedented levels of civilian deaths, right, in modern warfare. If you want to even call it a war. But the point is that Hamas has been getting disrupted and dismantled. Their leadership is gone. Yahya Sinwar and Ismail Haniyeh, dead. Right? So the reason why Hamas is out like this in force, and you guys can see here, let me move my face out, there's a lot of them here. And they're doing this to kind of paint the narrative like, hey, we're still here. You guys think you won, but you didn't. Some might say this is propaganda. Some might say this is the truth. My job isn't to tell you guys if it's the truth or not. My job is to kind of just give you guys the facts, show you guys the both sides. That's why I played both Israeli media, and I've also played you guys, obviously, Arab media. This seems to be a bit more pro-Al Jazeera type. Right? So you can make the decision. But what I can tell you, from a factual perspective, is that the running narrative is that Hamas is losing the conflict. Right? Gaza is decimated, a lot of their battalions have been killed, and their leadership is exterminated. So for them, this has been the first big release in a while. I think the last big release was in 2023, end of 2023. I forget if they had another hostage exchange in 2024. But this is the biggest one yet. That's why the fucking news cycle is dominated by it. Right? So, with that said, they had to make a statement. So under heavy guard, and obviously with masks on, many of the fighters are here to show force from an optics standpoint because they know the world media is going to be watching. Let's keep going.
Doron Steinbrecher, Emily Damari, and Romy Gonen were then rushed back to Israel, first to military personnel, and then to be reunited with their loved ones.
Yes.
Live updates of the release played out for jubilant crowds in Tel Aviv.
We've been waiting for a very long time. I just hope she's okay.
Gaza's emergency response.
And look, man, let me be very clear about this. I think I've said this before, but I want to say this again to be explicit. Guys, the loss of life, whether Israeli or Palestinian, is unacceptable. When I see people pull off fucking posters of the Israelis that were kidnapped on that day, right? I see a lot of pro-Palestinian people rip off the posters of the hostages. That's deplorable. That's unacceptable, and it's inhumane. The loss of any life, regardless of race, color, religion, creed, is unacceptable. And it's crazy that someone like me, who's considered a wild racist, only on Mondays, is having to be the voice of reason with some of these pro-Palestinian supporters who are widely fucking radical and doing the very thing that they accuse the Israelis of. They complain and say that the Israelis look at them as goyim, that they don't value Palestinian life. They kill them, they exterminate them, they don't give a shit. But then again, you reciprocate by pulling down Israeli posters saying, fuck the hostages. How is that any better than the Israeli oppressors that you complain of? And this is me just being a human here and pragmatic. Obviously, you guys know that I'm extremely critical of the Israeli government, especially Netanyahu, Yoav Golan, and all the others that were responsible. There's a reason why the ICC issued arrest warrants for them. But what a lot of people also don't talk about is how the ICC also released arrest warrants for Yahya Sinwar and Ismail Haniyeh, but they were killed. So it never really made it to the news. But look it up. The ICC issued arrest warrants for leaders of both sides. And the people that lose are the civilians. It's not the government officials that lose. It's the civilians. Yahya Sinwar and Ismail Haniyeh, especially Ismail Haniyeh, lived lives of lavish in Qatar. Sinwar was in Gaza the whole time. So, I can be critical of Israel, but still have the ability to ascertain that the slaughtering and murder of Israeli civilians is unacceptable. But I also understand that this conflict has been going on for a very long time. And to start the discussion on October 7th is stupid, low IQ, and quite frankly, ignorant of a long-standing history that goes centuries. It's a complicated issue. It really is. I would argue the Israel-Palestine conflict is probably the most politically sensitive, politically complex, and worst conflicts in the world right now. There's a reason why it gets so much coverage, right? Obviously, what's going on in Sudan is horrible too. I've spoken about that, but obviously it doesn't have the same notoriety as this, because this conflict directly involves American geopolitical situations as well. So obviously Western media is going to pick it up. DD mentioned Bosnia. Yeah, I understand, bro. The Bosnian conflict is wild too, but again, it doesn't really represent American interests like that, so people don't care. You know, there's a conflict from the 90s that's mostly resolved now at this point, but this thing's been going on for longer. So yeah, very sensitive issue, but I want to be very clear that the murdering or slaughtering of anyone is unacceptable. But I also have the wherewithal to understand why the slaughtering is happening on both sides.
Responders were among the first to celebrate the pause in fighting. Finally able to move around freely, thousands flocked to check on loved.
Guys, we're at 1,300 likes. I really appreciate that, guys. Let's bump it up to 1,400 and get 100% engagement. If you guys don't mind. Like the video, let's get 100% engagement, niggas.
Ones and see what remained of their homes. But the war has left destruction everywhere.
When the truce was announced, I felt immense happiness. It meant an end to the bloodshed and that children's lives would be saved. But when I returned to Rafah and saw where I used to live, I was overcome by sadness. It looked like an earthquake had struck. The scene was truly horrifying.
While vast areas of Gaza appear uninhabitable, already people are focused on its recovery.
Our greatest wish is to return to our homes, rebuild our lives, and see Gaza restored to a place where we can live peacefully again.
Aid groups wasted no time in rushing in food, water and fuel. Around 600 trucks a day are expected to make desperately needed deliveries. The next release of hostages and prisoners is expected to take place in around a week, with families on both sides of the conflict still desperate to see their loved ones return home.
So a day of high emotions across Gaza and Israel as the ceasefire takes hold, beginning with the return of those first 3 Israeli hostages. DW correspondent Tanya Kramer was at the Sheba hospital near Tel Aviv when they arrived.
I think it was a day or an afternoon and evening of mixed emotions. And once, you know, the hostages were driven here, they arrived here by helicopter, and then they were driven here and then brought to this building just here right behind me, where they will be staying, where they will be reunited with them.
Also, ninjas, just drop this video. I need the OSS squad. I need you guys. All right? I need y'all niggas right now. Y'all niggas know what time it is. Those slash might be banned on YouTube. Just type in OSS in the comments. Like the video. Let it play in the background. Mute it. Watch the stream that we're doing. It's a good video, though. My clippers are really working hard. All right? This is where I debunk your boy Hassan. I think they're going to drop the Mike Rashid response tomorrow, too. So here's the link, guys. Like, and just go like this. OSS checking in. Boom. That's all you got to do. Let's fucking get this shit up. Let's let YouTube know that we have a way bigger audience than they think. But the thing is that we're operating at 50% capacity, chat. Okay? People talk all this shit. Oh, FreshandFit fell off. Their views are down, blah, blah, blah. Motherfucker, we operate at 50% capacity all the time. We split our audience between YouTube and Rumble. Why? Because we don't make money on YouTube. So therefore, since we don't make money on YouTube, it makes no sense to prioritize YouTube. We prioritize YouTube only from a marketing sense. But we'd prefer, right, if you guys watched it and support it on Rumble, but obviously at the same time we need to maintain YouTube viewership. So it's a very delicate balance. If we ever get remonetized, then we could go full on YouTube. But for now, we're operating at 50% capacity, which is hilarious to me that we operate at 50% capacity and we still get the amount of views that we do and people have the nerve to talk shit about us. I'd like to see any of these YouTubers that talk shit about us split your audience in half and let's see what the fuck happens, nigga. So, oh, this loser said F and F fell off. Hey, Mac, how did we fall off? Can you articulate to me how we fell off, bro? Please. While I play this fucking White Snake. So this is the video. All these platforms are dominated by the right. No, bro. They've been censoring us. Dude, if you question the election, if you question the vaccine, if you question mask mandates, any of that shit. All right. Thank you guys for helping them out. For supporting the mission. Isn't that crazy? This Mac guy says we fell off, but the nigga's in the chat. Yeah. All right, Mac. We fell off, but you're in the chat saying that we fell off. That makes sense.
Their families, have medical checkups and everything they need at this stage. A lot of people here were clapping their hands. Were very emotional about their release. I've been waiting like 15 months for them to come out of captivity.
Hey guys, open the video, like the video, comment OSS below, and let it play in the background so we get the watch time up. Just let it play in the background.
But many here also do know that this is just the first batch, so to speak, of the hostages that will be released. The first day in this very, very long process, 42 days of a ceasefire, where we will see 33 hostages being released over a very long time in stages in exchange for Palestinian detainees that are held in Israeli prisons. And everybody here knows, at the same time, there's a lot of joy about the hostages that came out today. They were standing on their own feet. You could see that on the photos. They, being brought here as well. But, they seem to be quite okay. But of course, we don't know that much about their medical condition at this stage. But, at the same time, there's always this shadow as well looming behind, because we know that there are still a lot of hostages in Gaza, and people here, hope that this process will actually continue.
Giorgio Cafiero is a Middle East analyst and the CEO and founder of Gulf State Analytics. I asked him if everyone kept up their end of the deal on day one of the ceasefire.
Thank you. Good to be on your program. Despite the fact that the implementation was 2 hours and 45 minutes behind schedule, we have finally began the implementation of the ceasefire. The very first part of this process has begun. And, it's certainly a very emotional day seeing these people who have been detained for a very long time, reunited with their family members. And we certainly hope that the two sides are going to stick to the terms of this ceasefire deal, as tenuous and fragile as it is. What's going to really matter, though, is how the remainder of phase one plays out. And it's going to also be very complicated and very difficult, this process of negotiating the terms of the second phase, which is going to begin in this first phase. Certainly a lot of room for things, certainly a good chance that things will derail, but I think it's also important for us to remain hopeful at this point.
Who's gotten the better end in these negotiations so far, Israel or Hamas?
Yo, this guy, fucking Three Diglets is in here trolling Mac on the fucking chat. This guy, Mac, says, I used to be a fan of the show and you guys fell off. And this other guy, Adrock, says, Fresh fell yell off. It's okay, FNF isn't where it used to be anymore. Here we go. Another guy blaming Fresh for everything, bro. Blaming Fresh for everything, man. Fresh is nuking the main channel right now.
Well, I think that really depends on how you look at it. And I certainly think that both sides are going to, now with the guns put down, wage sort of a war of narratives. I do think that there is something powerful about the message that Hamas is sending out while Israel began this war in October 2023, saying it was not going to end until Hamas was decapitated, seeing these Hamas.
Hey, guys, I'm not going to be on much longer. I'm going to get off here soon, so you guys could go watch Fresh. It's really not a good idea to both be alive at the same time. So I'll wrap this thing up and I'm going to get off.
Militants coming out in public, armed, with the Hamas flags and everything. It is a powerful message. Just the fact that Hamas as a political organization and as a resistance group was able to survive the past 15 months of this gruesome war, like I said, that sends out a very, very powerful message. At the same time, there's no denying that Israel did inflict a lot of damage on Hamas, but more than that, I mean, the type of destruction, the death, the mayhem that's been inflicted on Gaza is just, there's no way to describe it with words. And I think if the Israeli goal was to make just average Palestinians in Gaza suffer for October 7th, there's no denying that the Israelis were successful in terms of unleashing unspeakable amounts of death and destruction all over Gaza. So it's a little tough to say that this was necessarily a win for the Gaza side. But like I said, there's a powerful political message that stems from the fact that Hamas survived this conflict.
Let's talk about the future.
And that's why they were so big on having a show of force. It was critical for Hamas to do that. Wars are won and lost in the narrative, guys. That's a big part of the reason why the TikTok ban is a thing. The TikTok ban, guys, occurred because the narrative was getting out of control for Israel. Israel lobbied to get TikTok banned because it was overwhelmingly pro-Palestine. I talked about this on a TimCast episode, and we can actually use that to perfectly segue into the situation. Okay? Because they were losing the narrative, chat. Look at this, Jonathan Greenblatt.
.24/7 news channel. We need to talk about TikTok. TikTok, if you will, it is the 24/7 news channel of so many of our young people, and it's like Al Jazeera on steroids.
In November of 2023, a recording was leaked of Jonathan Greenblatt, the head of the ADL, referring to
this is the real reason TikTok got banned and then had to get unbanned with the executive order.
TikTok as a problem that needed to be taken care of.
We have a major generational problem. The issue in the United States and support for Israel is not left and right. It is young and old. And so we really have a TikTok problem, a Gen Z problem, that our community needs to put the same brains that gave us Tagli, the same brains that gave us all these other amazing innovations, need to put our energy towards this, like, fast.
Now, one interesting side note here is that I came across an ADL report expressing frustration that they couldn't access TikTok's analytics the way they can with every other big tech company. Like, should they be able to do that? Anyway, now we're about a month into this war, and all these studies started coming out, making claims about the proliferation of anti-Semitism on TikTok. The most notable one from a statistician and tech executive named Anthony Goldblum, who tweeted out on November 30th that a study he commissioned concluded 30 minutes a day on TikTok makes someone 17% more anti-Semitic. Politicians like Nikki Haley would then go on to regurgitate this claim on national television.
We do need to ban TikTok once and for all. And let me tell you why.
Hardcore neocon right here, Nikki Haley. Absolutely awful. Absolutely fucking awful. And she's a never Trumper as well. She only started supporting Trump at the end when it was evident that he was going to become the Republican nominee.
Why? For every 30 minutes that someone watches TikTok, every day, they become 17% more anti-Semitic.
Except that survey didn't say that at all, because A, it conflated anti-Israel and anti-Semitic sentiments, which I believe to be different, and B, Goldblum himself admitted that he made some logical leaps when he was drawing his conclusion. But now things are really moving at a rapid pace. The next day, on December 1st, 2023, the New York Post reported that a group of 40 mostly Jewish tech leaders and business executives confronted TikTok CEO Shouzi Chu over their concerns about anti-Semitism and the allegedly disproportionate popularity of pro-Palestine videos on the app. One of those executives, Anthony Goldblum, the same Anthony Goldblum.
Again, anti-Semitism is a word weaponized in the United States to silence you for being critical of Israel.
Who we were just talking about. And from everything I understand, the meeting didn't go well in the sense that TikTok didn't commit to a kind of wholesale removal of pro-Palestinian or anti-Israel content. So from then on, the fight against TikTok pivoted from a kind of PR battle that we were just looking at to now laying the groundwork to push legislation through that would ultimately ban the app. In March of 2024, a bill was introduced in Congress, H.R. 7521, called the Protecting Americans from Foreign Adversary Controlled Applications Act, sponsored by Representative Mike Gallagher.
Foreign adversary control of what is becoming the dominant news platform for Americans under 30. This is a common sense measure to protect our national security. I urge my colleagues to support this critical bipartisan legislation.
The argument is one we've heard before. TikTok, owned by the Chinese company ByteDance, could pose a threat to U.S. national security by...
And that's the real reason they want to get rid of it, not China.
Harvesting user data, and its algorithm could also be weaponized to, quote, brainwash Americans. Now, these concerns, I do think, are valid in a sense, but I think it's...
Oh, sorry. That was what they originally wanted to ban TikTok for, with the China stuff. This was back in 2020. But obviously, that fell by the wayside. It wasn't until the Israel-Hamas war that this conversation came back up and it needed to get banned with people like Jonathan Greenblatt advocating.
It's worth noting that companies like Facebook and Google engage in similar data collection.
They absolutely do. Facebook and all these other platforms do the same exact shit TikTok does when it comes to collecting your data.
Practices, and then they would go on to sell this data to China. So China is getting the data anyway. But here's where things get really interesting. You start digging into Gallagher's largest...
Not that, but also, guys, when I was in the government, I can't tell you how many times, like, I would get a fucking email from OPM saying, oh, your information has been leaked in a fucking hack attack. Bro, it happened at least 5 times while I worked for the government. And it was always either about Russia or China. Shit is common, bro. We constantly spy on each other.
Campaign donors, you uncover a story that goes far beyond data privacy or Chinese influence. Near the top of his donor list is AIPAC, the Israeli lobby. Here's a crazy statistic for you. Of the 500 plus members of Congress, only 33 members did not receive a donation from the Israeli lobby in the last campaign cycle.
Thomas Massie, Matt Gaetz, 2 of them that we know.
So essentially, when Israel wants something from America, they usually...
So, what percent is that, chat? One of the main reasons... Wow.
So essentially, when Israel wants something from America, they usually get it. Now, another contributor I want to draw your attention to, Palantir Technologies, which is a defense contractor co-founded by billionaire Peter Thiel. Palantir just happens to work very closely with the...
So Congress has roughly 535 members, right? 33 out of 535. So they control like 85% of Congress, chat. They control 85% of Congress because they give to 85%. Roughly 85%.
The Israeli military, providing advanced surveillance and targeting software used extensively in their war on Gaza. And one of their consultants, a man named Jacob Hellberg, was responsible for writing the bill. Yeah, it's incredible. A defense contractor who profits off Israel's war were also the ones behind drafting a bill that would, in effect, stifle criticism of said war.
Fucking crazy.
Which is a clear conflict of interest, no?
Huge.
At around the same time, the Jewish Federations of North America penned a letter to Congress urging lawmakers to ban TikTok due to anti-Semitism.
Ah. See, now it's all coming together, chat. You see it? Now it's all coming together. People thought I was fucking, like, lying when I told y'all that literally... They were lobbying to get rid of TikTok. I've been telling y'all this for like a year.
Semitism. Not one mention in their letter about China or data privacy.
TikTok runs all sorts of videos that portray the Israelis acting towards the Palestinians. And
I want to get him on the show, John Mersheimer. I really like this guy. I've seen him do a bunch of interviews. He actually wrote a book called The Lobby, the Israel Lobby, way back before anybody knew any of this shit. I want to bring him on. If anybody knows a way to get in touch with this guy, let me know. These old niggas are hard to get a hold of.
Barbaric ways. And when young people see these videos on TikTok, they obviously become remarkably sympathetic to the Palestinians, and they think badly, to put it mildly, of the Israelis. So the lobby would like to shut down TikTok.
On March 23rd, 2024, HR 7521 passed with largely bipartisan support. Looking back, I was fully expecting...
Because this isn't a Democrat or a Republican issue. This is both sides support Israel the same. The Democrats are just sneakier about it. The Republicans are open about their cooking for Israel, but the Republicans are just more scared. The Democrats are just more snaky about it.
The bill to pass the House very, very quickly. And
Netanyahu met with Trump openly and went to Mar-a-Lago. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris met with Netanyahu in private when he addressed the Congress.
Easily, because there are a lot of bills that pass the House and don't make it through the Senate. The Senate is meant to slow things down. But 1 month later, on April 24th, the act passed in the Senate, again, with overwhelming bipartisan support, and was...
Because it doesn't matter whether you're left wing or right wing. The bird always goes to Israel, chat.
Signed into law by Joe Biden on the following day. Like I said, I had never seen a bill go through Congress with that kind of speed and velocity, with very little opposition or...
We know why. Chat, you niggas know why.
Debate. It's wild. And maybe even wilder.
It's actually crazy to see normies like realize like who runs this country when they make like really like great, like you can see as they're making the video that they're shocked by this. We've known this shit for years on this side, but it's really cool to see like other creators like come in and like reveal this shit to you guys, and they put it in like such a, you know, this is a really well made video, right? But like you can see like the look in his eyes like, what the fuck? This is going on?
By that summer, Mike Gallagher, the representative who had sponsored the bill, was now working for Palantir as their head of defense. He didn't even finish out his term.
Who owns Palantir? Oh, let's do a little Google search. Alex Karp. Who's this guy? And yeah. And who's the other guy? Peter Thiel. He owns 10%. Who's Peter Thiel? No, he owns 28%. So Carp has the most. Who's this guy? Chat? Former CEO of PayPal. Who's this guy? Hold on. Let's Google him too. Interesting. So he's not an early lifer? No, I'm almost certain this guy is a fucking... one of them boys. Anyway, we already looked at Alex Karp. Let's keep going.
He just resigned from Congress.
But we know that Palantir is a big aid of Israel. They sell them all their technology.
Took a job.
Their military technology.
There. I know, all of this sounds like a crazy conspiracy theory. In fact, the ADL did call this a conspiracy theory. The Atlantic also called this a conspiracy theory. They even name-checked me in their article. Quote, the entire world knows exactly why the US is trying to ban TikTok, James Lee declared on March 16th. Not bad for your boy here, huh? And honestly, this would remain a conspiracy theory. I don't know if I would have made this video if they hadn't come out and confirmed their true motivations.
Typically, the Israelis are good at PR. What's happened here?
I did a whole episode on this, by the way, where we covered how Israel controls the PR.
Wonder why there was such overwhelming support for us to shut down potentially TikTok or other entities of that nature. If you look at the postings on TikTok and the number of mentions of Palestinians relative to other social media sites, it's overwhelmingly so among TikTok.
Yeah, because the youth knows the truth. All right. Fresh Dog says, Joe Rogan called out them boys in the podcast. Greg Sachs, Top Shea. Yep. Top Shea says, Myron, have you heard the brand name Lamb of God, a song called Set to Fail, beating on the death doors? Now you've got something to die for. No, I didn't hear those songs. Myron, please do not sign off. We want the value. Nah, man, I got to get off, guys. Freaking great storytellers. I'm sick of it. I got a story for them. Shut the freak up. Okay. Anderson Cooper's former CIA. Myron, if you need to get some sleep, do so. We don't blame you for tired. We appreciate your content. I appreciate that. I'm tired, but it's okay, guys. You're not sure if you're aware, but yesterday's stream isn't fully uploaded on CC. It's only 6 hours instead of the full 12. Also, was wondering if you could react to Tom Holman talking about deportations. Don't have time for it tonight, man. Send it to me tomorrow, though. Jesus the kid. Demetrius says, on top of that, you should give credit to yourself when you say who influenced the youth. I'm 22, know absolutely nothing about politics, so I'll start watching religiously. Now, in a ton I could bring up why I support Trump heavily. Okay, appreciate that. Yesterday's episode, you mentioned how after hours it must be too real, the normies in, and you went systematically on what it does. 100% agree. That's how I found you guys a year and a half ago on After Hours, and I went to watch everything else, and look what it did. Now I'm full supporter and been on Casco for almost a year and got everything on point. Appreciate that, bro. Yeah, Demetrius, you're an example, man. Stripe Mutt, Ross got pardoned. Appreciate that. My girl from Spain, Sapien, U.S. territory. This is from Sarma Tech. Shout out to all you Casco guys. She said there's an agency that would book people, pregnant women, to visit their island right before giving birth. Now it's just full of illegals who got citizenship through bullshit like that. Oh, I believe it. Martin Russ was pardoned. Okay. Gaza. Tim Pool wears a beanie because he hides his kip under there. Okay. Albo A says, so for the majority of Trump's EOs have been solid, the Bishop lady is also crazy to react to Trump's advance. No matter how bad I want an Elon salute to be actual Roman, libs are such idiots. Yep. W. Lord Frieza. Appreciate that, Waters. Mark, you says you should tune into Trump speaking live on ABC, taking questions from reporters. Don't have time. Martin, the whole team is definitely the exact same off camera. Every time I met them, they're 100% legit. Appreciate that, all boys. Without WCC, WFNF, I know you used to listen to Dipset back in the day. Ever thought about calling out the Max B case? I think I remember hearing saying he's cooked. He might get released soon, though. Okay, so, guys, I want you guys to do me a solid. Go to FreshandFit, niggas.
Freshman year, time goes by, I keep doing that, and I bump into Slim.
Support the ninjas. All right. I'm going to drop the link for you guys to go watch it here. I am going to hop off. I will see you guys tomorrow at 5 p.m. We'll cover some more news. And I'll have this fucking Rumble situation handled. So go check out the stream, guys. Go support Fresh. Love y'all, ninjas. I'm going to end the stream here. I'll catch you guys tomorrow, 5 p.m. sharp. All right, niggas. Love you guys. Peace.